Chapter 17:17. Kill until blood forms rivers. Yang Yi stopped and turned around. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him. She wore a black dress, and there were two black phoenixes with their wings fully spread embroidered on her dress. The phoenixes had quite ferocious expressions, and they seemed ready to devour their enemies. She couldn't be considered to be drop-dead gorgeous, but she wasn't ugly either. She was just average. There was a palm-sized black-colored claw on her neck, and the center of the claw just happened to cover her throat. She was holding Yang Ju's heart in her grasp. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and asked, "Who are you?" She pressed down a little. Bang! The heart in her grasp exploded apart, and it only took an instant for it to be obliterated. She shook off the blood and placed her hands behind her back. "You can't figure it out?" Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and replied, "Yang Lianshuang?" She didn't speak and just waved her right hand. Two bloody heads instantly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly as he didn't understand what she meant. She said, "These are the other two experts that the Yang clan sent to Merak's system. I helped you deal with them." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Why?" She replied, "I want to work together with you." "Work together?" Yang Yi continued, "Against the Yang clan?" She replied, "Yes." Yang Yi said, "There's something I still don't understand. I've killed almost all the potential successors of the Yang clan. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become the successor, right?" She replied, "The Yang clan won't let me." Obviously, that was no different than admitting she was Yang Lianshuang. Yang Lianshuang, the number one genius in the Yang clan's younger generation. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Yang Lianshuang laughed coldly. "Because of the rules set by our ancestor, of course." "Do you know what his rule was?" "He said that the Yang clan will be destroyed in the hands of a woman, so women are prohibited from becoming the Yang clan's patriarch." How laughable. Just because of something he said, the women of my Yang clan will never have a chance to gain success, and we can only be sacrifices used in marriage alliance between the clan and other clans. Yang Yi asked, "Is your desire to be the Yang clan's patriarch that strong?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of her mouth. "The patriarch? Is that something great?" "I, Yang Lianshuang, don't think it's great at all." Yang Yi asked, "Then why are you doing everything you can to become the patriarch?" Yang Lianshuang closed her eyes slowly, fell silent for a long time, and finally said, "After my mother married into the Yang clan, she only gave birth to me. Because of some complications, she wasn't able to bear another child. So, that so-called father of mine neglected her because he wanted a boy." She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Do you know what happened to my mother?" Yang Yi shook his head. A ferocious expression suddenly covered her face. At the moment ferocity filled her face, the black phoenix claw on her throat actually started trembling. Yang Lianshuang spoke fiercely. "He married another woman, and both my mother and I were completely neglected. It was also from that day that he never visited us again. As for that woman he married, she felt that my mother and I were like a thorn in her eyes, so she tried to kill us on many occasions." Her face grew even fiercer. "My mother didn't hesitate to act like she'd gone mad just to protect me, and she even didn't allow me to cultivate because she hoped that woman would spare me if I had no cultivation. Unfortunately, she was too naive. In the end, my mother was tortured to death by the people that woman sent. As for me, I watched from the side. I watched as she died." As she finished speaking, Yang Yi noticed her expression become calm once more. It was extremely calm, as if it had nothing to do with her. Yang Lianshuang continued, "I wanted to die, but because someone helped me, I lived on." She gazed at him. "Do you know what happened in the end?" Yang Yi replied, "That woman died?" Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. She had 3 sons. All of them were considered as young masters of the Yang clan. "One day, I captured all of them and locked them in a room. After that, I captured that woman and that man who abandoned my mother. I made them watch as I tortured their 3 sons to death. Didn't he want sons? So, I let him watch as I put an end to his family line." Yang Yi glanced at Yang Lianshuang and asked, "Did the Yang clan not do anything about it?" She replied indifferently, "I'd taken their heads when the Yang clan found out." Yang Yi asked, "You killed your father as well?" "He wasn't my father." Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Both he and that woman didn't get to die that easily. I cripples their dantians, made them kneel before my mother's grave, and nailed them there. They knelt there until they died. Yang Yi asked, what happened after the Yang clan found out? A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Once they found out, I revealed my natural talent, and the entire clan was shocked. They didn't just avoid punishing me, they even started spending large amounts of resources to foster me. This is reality. This is the Yang clan. Yang Yi said, then why do you want to be the patriarch? You still haven't told me the reason. Yang Lianshuang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. My mother said something before she died. Why can't a woman be the patriarch? Why should women always be sacrificed? So, I want to be the patriarch, and I intend to invalidate the Yang clan's rule that women can't be the patriarch. Yang Yi fell silent. Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, Yang Yi, I understand why you don't trust others. Because I don't trust others either. The reason I told you all of that is because I want to work together with you. We can only resist the Yang clan if we work together. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, I can still deal with the Yang clan, even without you. How naive. She laughed coldly. Yang Yi, if your strength was sufficient to deal with the Yang clan, I would have made the Yang clan change its patriarch a long time ago. You know nothing about the Yang clan's strength and reserves. Yang Yi said, the Yang clan has more trump cards? Yang Lianshuang replied, the sixth stage of the true realm. The Yang clan has 2 old geezers at the 6th stage of the true realm. Besides that, the Yang clan has a mysterious unit of troops. Only Yang Xiao and those 2 old geezers know about it, and only they can give it orders. The weakest amongst the members of that unit is at the 3rd stage of the true realm. Yang Yi frowned. Where did the Yang clan get so many true realm experts? Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Many? Yang Lianshuang laughed coldly. Yang Yi, you know nothing about the Yang clan. As an ancient clan that has been able to survive in Milky Way system for so many years, how could only possess the strength it reveals on the surface? Of course, ordinary true realm experts are no different than dogs to us. So long as we can deal with those 3 fellows, the Yang clan will belong to me. Yang Yi asked, Yang Xiao and those 2 6th-stage true realm experts? Yang Xiao. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Lianshuang's mouth. If he fights me in single combat, I'm 70% confident in my ability to kill him. He's absolutely inferior when compared to your father. Yang Yi asked, if not Yang Xiao, then who? Yang Lianshuang spoke indifferently. You'll know when the time comes. It's not that I refuse to tell you. It's because he may not become our enemy. Of course, it's not certain. Yang Yi remained silent. Yang Lianshuang added, Yang Yi, you want revenge, and I want control over the Yang clan. Our objectives don't conflict with each other. So long as we join forces, we'll have a chance at achieving our respective objectives. Otherwise, once the Yang clan takes you seriously and awakens those old geezers, then you'll definitely die. Yang Yi thought for a long time and said, the Yang clan intends to use my loved ones in Merak's system to threaten me. Do you have a way to deal with that? Work together. He naturally intended to work together with her. Fight the Yang clan on his own? It wasn't that he didn't dare to, but it would take a very long time. At the very least, he had to attain the true realm or gain full control over the war god's arm and make it his own arm. Only then would he have a chance to fight the entire Yang clan on his own. He didn't want to wait for so long, and the Yang clan wouldn't let him live for that long. So, he chose to work together with her. Yang Lianshuang's strength was absolutely beyond any doubt. Moreover, she possessed high status in the Yang clan and knew many things that he didn't know about. She said, I don't have any special ideas. There's only one way, and it's to kill. Kill all the experts from the Yang clan horde traveling to Merak's system. Kill them until the Yang clan doesn't dare to use such a method again. Yang Yi said, I'm afraid that some would get by. Merak's system is unlike the Milky Way system. True realm experts are invincible over there. There's no need to worry. She continued, I know every move that the Yang clan makes. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, if we exhaust the Yang clan's strength like this, even if you gain control of the clan, it wouldn't be the same Yang clan anymore, right? She replied, Give me 30 years. They'll make the Yang clan regain its former glory. Moreover, that's my business. You don't have to worry too much about it. Your goal is to resolve the problems that you're facing right now. I can only provide you with information, and I can't step forward and help you in the open." She paused for a moment and continued, "Be careful of the Ku clan and Ing clan." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yang Lianshuang smiled. Those stubborn old fools of the clan didn't hesitate to give up some of the clan's interests to kill you. It's sufficient to tempt both the Ing clan and Ku clan. For example, some places that contain inheritances or some worlds. I'm not sure of the specifics. In short, you must watch out for them. Their strength and resources are even greater than the Yang clan. The Ing clan, the Ku clan. Yang Yi took a deep breath. There were always brave people when sufficient rewards were provided. It wasn't just the Ing clan and Ku clan. Even the other clans may act against him. In short, danger was all around him. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he started chuckling. Yang Lianshuang asked, "What are you laughing about?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm laughing at myself. I'm laughing at myself for thinking too much about everything. One shouldn't overthink things in life. Not to mention the Yang clan, Ku clan, and Ing clan. Even if all 8 clans come to kill me, why would I fear them? It's a perfect opportunity to kill to my heart's content. It's perfect to kill until blood forms rivers. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-18. Kill Yang Yi and save 100 years of hard work. Kill to his heart's content. They were words that Yang Yi had spoken from the heart. One shouldn't live a life where one was in constant fear and worry. If the Ku clan and Ing clan came looking for trouble with him, then he didn't fear them at all, and he would kill them. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and there was a trace of admiration in her eyes. Not bad. That's how men should act. Actually, I'm quite surprised by how much you've changed. Even though you killed many in the Yang clan that day, it was nothing worth mentioning to me. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She spoke indifferently. Because you relied on external sources of strength. That can't be considered as your own ability. If you didn't have that beast, that woman, that mysterious flame, that mysterious wooden sword, and that mysterious arm, then I would be able to kill you within 10 moves. 10 moves. Yang Yi glanced at her. You're very confident, Yang Lianshuang replied. Even though your attainments in the sword Dao weren't bad, it was too disordered, it was in a mess. You hadn't just been unable to achieve the state of true, you couldn't even be considered to have attained the zenith. If it wasn't for that mysterious arm, you wouldn't even have been able to resist a single move from Yang Xiao. Yang Yi fell silent. He wasn't able to refute that, because Yang Lianshuang wasn't wrong. If he hadn't relied on the war god's arm and the wooden sword, he wouldn't have been able to resist a single attack from Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang continued, it's not that you can't use external sources of strength, but only your own strength is true strength. Obviously, you've understood that principle. Currently, your strength and speed haven't just arrived at your limits, it has arrived at the state of true. Presently, you're barely able to be considered as an expert. Barely able. Yang Yes' eyelids twitched. Are there many in the younger generation of the medium universe that are stronger than me? Yang Lianshuang placed her hands behind her back, fell silent for a long time, and replied, it's best if you don't keep such a mental state. You can be confident, but never be conceited. Not to mention anyone else, just that fellow ranked at the first place on the Milky Way rankings is someone you are definitely not a match for right now. Moreover, there are some others who look down on the geniuses on the Milky Way rankings. Their strength is beyond your imagination. She paused for a moment and continued, there's always someone stronger. There is no strongest, and only stronger. Yang Yi nodded. He truly agreed with that sentiment. Since his time in Profounder Continent, had noticed that once he grew stronger, he would notice that there were many who were much stronger. Just as Yang Lianshuang had said, there was no strongest, only stronger. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Congratulations? Yang Yi was puzzled. What? She replied. I just received news that the Yang clan has put a hit on you. Anyone who brings your head to the Yang clan will be rewarded with 3 true rank treasures, 3 true rank techniques, and 2 true spirit fruits. True spirit fruits are absolute treasures. It can help one attain the true realm. As for those at the true realm, they can use it to improve their cultivations. It's a rare treasure even in the 8 clans. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Why is that worth congratulating me? Yang Lianshuang replied. Didn't you want to kill to your heart's content? Based on the rewards that the Yang clan is providing, many will definitely come for your head. Moreover, it will definitely not be weaklings that come for you. So, you'll definitely be able to kill to your heart's content. Yang Yi was speechless. Yang Lianshuang continued, be careful. Yang Xiao and the clan didn't provide such rewards because they really want those people to kill you. Their true objective is for you to become the enemy of countless people. Even though there's no enmity between you and them, I'm sure you're aware that when there's something to gain, enmity will be formed. Once your head is worth a huge amount and is helpful to them, they will come for your head. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Lianshuang said, in my opinion, Yang Xiao and the others' goal is to make you be pursued all day and night, so that you won't have time to cultivate and have the blood of many on your hands, so that you'll become entangled with all sorts of enmity and karma. After all, every single person you kill is a form of enmity and karma. That person's friends and loved ones are likely to seek revenge from you. Do you get what I'm saying? Yang Yi chuckled. It's quite a ruthless method. She replied, it is. She flicked a scroll over to Yang Yi and continued, you can get in touch with me through that, and I'll notify you about any moves the Yang clan makes. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he was about to leave. However, he suddenly turned to look towards a point in space. Show yourself. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, that expanse of space wriggled, and then a man walked out from there. The man asked, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi glanced at him. There was a small character on the man's left chest. The Ying clan? Yang Yi frowned slightly. The Ying clan is here so soon? But it did make sense. As the strongest amongst the 8 clans, it was probably not difficult for the Ying clan to find him. The man nodded slightly. Iming Yu, one of the Ying clan's young masters. I just emerged from my closed-door cultivation and heard about the hit that the Yang clan has put out on you. Needless to say, the rewards were really tempting to me. Yang Yi said, So, you took action? The man smiled. Since the Yang clan is willing to pay such a high price, I presume there's something special about you. Allow me to experience it, all right? Otherwise, suddenly, the man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword had suddenly stabbed into his throat. Besides that, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of the man. Yang Yi looked at the man whose eyes were opened wide and asked, Have you experienced it now? Yang Yi suddenly pulled out his sword before the man could answer him. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed while Yang Yi's figure appeared 3 kilometers away. A moment later, Yang Yi had vanished from the man's field of vision. The man's eyes were still opened wide, and blood was still spraying from his forehead. Because of the Yang clan, the name Yang Yi instantly swept through the entire medium universe. At this moment, Yang Yi could be said to be known throughout the medium universe, and it was none other than because his head was worth a tremendous sum. Countless were tempted by the rewards, and even some old geezers at the true realm were tempted. Besides the rewards, there was also another reason for why they were tempted, and it was because Yang Yi was only at the zenith realm. If Yang Yi was at the true realm, then many would definitely abandon their thoughts to exchange his head for treasures. After all, true realm experts were top existences in the medium universe. But Yang Yi wasn't at the true realm, he was only at the zenith realm. Moreover, Yang Yi was on the Milky Way rankings. Under such circumstances, countless people were tempted. Kill Yang Yi and save 100 years of hard work. It was a saying that had spread throughout the medium universe. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. It wasn't exaggerated at all. The compensation that the Yang clan was willing to provide was truly too enticing. If they obtained those treasures, their cultivation and strength would improve by leaps and bounds. So, Countless started searching for Yang Yi. Some were comparatively cautious and didn't seek out Yang Yi on their own. They formed groups instead. They were comparatively smarter. Because as far as they were concerned, since the Yang clan was willing to pay such a high price, Yang Yi was definitely not an ordinary person. So, they started forming groups and searching for Yang Yi. Just like that, countless people throughout the medium universe started searching for Yang Yi, and some mysterious powers and clans had actually started to sell information about Yang Yi's whereabouts. Even though most were fake, some were true. So, Yang Yi was surrounded by a group right now. It was a group of 3 men. All of them were around the age of 30, and all of them were at the Zenith realm. Their auras were dense. Obviously, they weren't ordinary Zenith realm experts. The man who led the group had a portrait, and it had Yang Yi's face on it. He glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at the portrait. After that, a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi, it took us quite a bit of effort to find you, and it costed us quite a bit too. Fortunately, it was worth it. After all, suddenly, his voice stopped. An instant later, a gust of wind blew by, and his head fell off his neck. The other 2 men beside the headless corpse were stunned. It didn't take long for one of them to gaze at Yang Yi, who was still standing on the spot. Did you do that? Yang Yi nodded. I did. The man stared at Yang Yi. How did you do that? Yang Yi replied. You didn't see it clearly? All right, watch again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's hand moved slightly. Hiss. At practically the exact same moment, the body of the man who had just spoken had instantly stiffened. It was because a hole had appeared in the center of his forehead. Yang Yi gazed at the man and asked, Did you see it clearly now? The man muttered with despair, No. The color in his eyes dimmed down once he finished speaking. Just like that, only a black-robed man remained here, and he was shivering. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and asked, Did you see it clearly? Thump. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees and spoke with a trembling voice. I have both the elderly and children to take care of. I'm the only pillar of support for my family. Please spare me. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 17-19. I'm in a bad mood. Yang Yi was quite stunned. He hadn't expected the man before him to actually kneel down and beg for mercy. An instant later, Yang Yi's wrist moved slightly, and then the man's head flew up into the air. Spare him? Yang Yi wasn't a kind person. The man before him had formed a group to kill him. Had the man ever thought about Yang Yi's family when he did that? Moreover, Yang Yi was certain that if he didn't possess sufficient strength, then the man would definitely have acted in a completely different manner. Those who kill should be prepared to be killed. After he killed the man, Yang Yi intended to leave, but a point in space not too far away from him trembled. It didn't take long for over a dozen figures to walk out from there. Most of them were at the Zenith realm, but there even were some at the Rebirth realm. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stepped forward from the group and withdrew a portrait. He glanced at it, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. It didn't take long for him to smile. The middle-aged man put the portrait away and smiled. The Liu clan didn't lie to us. The information is accurate. Hee hee. Meanwhile, one of the men by the middle-aged man's side smiled. Brother Mo Ming, we agreed that he'll get a true rank combat technique after we exchange Yang Yi's head for the rewards. Another man said, Me too. I want a true rank combat technique too. I don't want a combat technique. I want a cultivation technique. I want a true rank weapon. All of them gazed at Yang Yi with burning desire. It seemed like it wasn't a person who stood before them, and it was true rank combat techniques, cultivation techniques, and weapons instead. The man called Mo Ming spoke abruptly. Everyone, I want to take everything for myself. We can divide the rewards once we kill him and exchange his head for them, all right? All right. All of them nodded. Mo Ming was about to attack when he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately said, Who's willing to lead the assault? He'll do it. A short-haired man stepped forward. He held a large chopper with a skull at the front. He smiled fiercely at Yang Yi and said, "I'm taking your head." He immediately stomped his right foot down and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't move at all. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. The short-haired man was very swift, and he instantly arrived before Yang Yi. However, the eyes of everyone else here had opened wide, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was because it had been a headless corpse that had arrived before Yang Yi. They turned to look where the short-haired man had been standing. There was a head there, and it was just sitting there on the spot. At this moment, their expressions became extremely unsightly. They realized that as soon as the short-haired man attacked, his head had been chopped off. However, because Yang Yi's attack was too swift, even the short-haired man himself hadn't realized that Head lost his head. So, such a scene had been created. His figure had shot forward, but his head was gone. The atmosphere here suddenly became heavy. Mo Ming and the others' faces had no smiles left on them, and there was only seriousness there. They had extremely serious expressions on their faces. At this moment, they knew that this deal wasn't that easy to complete. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking towards them. Pressure. Invisible pressure. It was true pressure that didn't require the support of any external forces. Some people felt like the heavens just by standing there. It was like standing within the starry sky. When one faces the boundless universe, one would realize how tiny one was. It was how imposing the universe was. Now, Yang Yi had his own form of imposing aura. Mo Ming's face fell as he watched Yang Yi walk slowly in their direction, and then a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. No matter how strong he is, he's just a single person. Don't be afraid. Attack. A single person. Obviously, those words gave the others confidence, and they immediately charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was amidst the group when he appeared again. A ray of light flashed, and a head fell to the ground. In less than 3 breaths of time, only Mo Ming remained here. As for the others, their heads had left their bodies. They were just a ragtag group. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, they were a bunch of weaklings. Most of them were at the Zenith Realm, and they were mostly ordinary Zenith Realm experts. As for Rebirth Realm cultivators, they were even weaker. So, as soon as the battle began, they hadn't even been able to resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. Mo Ming's body started to tremble. At this moment, he realized why the Yang clan was willing to pay such a high price for Yang Yi's head. It was because Yang Yi wasn't that easy to kill. Actually, he was aware of that before he came here. However, the rewards the Yang clan promised were truly too tempting. He hadn't been able to resist the temptation. So, had come for Yang Yi. However, he hadn't acted that carelessly, and he hadn't come alone. Head gathered a group, but the facts proved that Head still acted carelessly. When he saw Yang Yi instantly annihilate his entire group, he knew that Yang Yi was a truly peerless genius, and such geniuses were existences that even true realm experts trembled before. He knew that Head had been tricked by the Yang clan. Mo Ming took a deep breath and said, "Yang Yi, I know I won't be able to escape death." But, suddenly, Yang Yi appeared behind Mo Ming. He didn't turn around, and he just started walking off into the distance. When Yang Yi vanished far away in the starry sky, Missouri Ming's head suddenly fell from his neck. Over a dozen heads and over a dozen headless corpses descended slowly from midair. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, and he turned to look towards a nearby point in space. Suddenly, that point in space trembled, and then a young man walked out from there. The young man hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, don't attack me. I hold no ill intent towards you." Yang Yi glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" The young man glanced at Yang Yi, and fear filled his eyes. Head witnessed the slaughter that Yang Yi had just carried out. The young man thought for a moment and replied, "I was here to kill you, but I have no intention to do that anymore." Yang Yi asked, "Then why were you following me?" The young man replied, "I wasn't following you. You just noticed my presence. They'll leave right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man didn't leave, but gazed at Yang Yi instead. If Yang Yi didn't agree, then leaving his back to Yang Yi was no different than asking for death to take him. Of course, even if he faced Yang Yi, he still wasn't confident in his ability to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the young man for a long time and said, "How did all of you find me?" The young man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he didn't know Yang Yi, based on how Yang Yi had acted earlier, he knew that Yang Yi would definitely not say a word to him if Yang Yi intended to kill him. He knew that he was sage. The young man's face eased up slightly, and he replied, "The Liu clan. We obtain information about you from the Liu clan. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi asked, "The same Liu clan that's one of the 8 clans?" The young man nodded. "They're selling your whereabouts. Moreover, it's quite cheap. They aren't the only ones doing it too. The Yang clan seems to be providing information about your whereabouts as well. Besides that, many other powers are doing the same." The Liu clan. Liu Legay's clan. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly started walking off towards the distance. "Where are you going?" The young man had unconsciously asked that question, but regret immediately filled him once he started speaking. "I'm being a busybody. What if he gets displeased? I'll lose my head. The Liu clan. I'm going to ask if they have nothing better to do." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he vanished from the young man's field of vision. The young man was stunned speechless. Yang Yi wasn't joking. He really did go to the Liu clan. Even though he had a formidable enemy, the Yang clan, and really shouldn't offend the Liu clan, he didn't think like that at all. What sort of situation was he in right now? Because of Merak's system, he had no way out at all, and he couldn't just kill and leave like the unfettered one did. The unfettered one had no ties to others, but he did. So, he couldn't flee and avoid confrontation. Once he tried to flee, many people would try to push their luck even further, because they would feel that he was easy to bully. If he allowed others to think like that, then the trouble he faced would never end. So, he intended to kill to stop them. He intended to kill until no one dared to look for trouble with him. He intended to kill until the world feared him. Madness was the way. On his way to the Liu clan, Yang Yi encountered many people that wanted to kill him, but they weren't a threat to him at all. It didn't take long for him to stop at a point in space. It was because an old man was obstructing his path. A true realm expert. A true realm expert had appeared. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and neither did the old man. Their gazes met for an instant, and then the old man's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed 300 m away, and half his face was gone. Right at the moment his figure stopped there, his expression changed drastically again. This time, the remaining half of his face had turned ghastly pale. Yang Yi had suddenly appeared over 1 kilometer behind the old man. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just withdrew an energy pearl, consumed it, and then continued forward. As for the old man, he stood on the spot for a while, and then his body suddenly split into 2. An instant later, his internal organs and blood splashed all over space. Skyfire system. Skyfire continent. Skyfire continent was the main world of the Liu clan, and it was the Liu clan's headquarters. It was the center of authority for the Liu clan. Skyfire city. Noon. A man in green clothes suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. It was Yang Yi. As soon as he appeared there, 7 old men appeared before him, and all of them were true realm experts. Obviously, they knew he was coming. The old man who led the group gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he spoke in a low voice, "Yang Yi, you're not welcome here." Yang Yi started walking towards them while holding his sword. "Your clan is selling information about me?" "Yes." The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes without displaying even a shred of fear. Yang Yi asked, "Can you not?" The old man spoke coldly, "No. Yang Yi, my Liu clan isn't a place that you can run wild at. They'll give you 3 breaths of time. Immediately vanish from my sight, or you'll regret coming here." "Run wild?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm in a bad mood today, so I want to make it rain. Skyfire City looks like a nice place. They'll just make it rain here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand. The stellar sword diagram instantly appeared before him, and then the scene around them changed. A starry sky surrounded them, and then a dense rain of sword energy suddenly descended from the distant stars. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1720. Lu Clan's Patriarch. Come chat with me. The Stellar Sword Diagram. Even though it wasn't a true rank treasure, it still was extremely useful to Yang Yi. Because while the Stellar Sword Diagram wasn't a true rank treasure, it was more useful than one when it was combined with his current strength. Because the Stellar Sword Diagram was made for sword cultivators, its strength was determined by the strength of its user. Now, his current strength wasn't just sufficient to utilize it with ease, he could even bring its might to its limits. The stellar sword energy in space descended like a dense rain towards Skyfire City. They were extremely swift and only took an instant to arrive above the city. The faces of those experts from the Lu clan had instantly turned gloomy when they saw the sword energy. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually dare to run wild right in front of the Lu clan. Right when the sword energy was about to descend upon the city, a voice resounded from within the city, "Activate the formation." As soon as the voice finished resounding, a huge flaming barrier of light appeared in the sky, and it instantly enveloped the city. It didn't take long for the stellar sword energy to descend upon the barrier of light. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions resounded incessantly through the sky, and the entire city started to tremble. Yang Yi gazed at the sky for a long time, and then he waved his right hand and put the stellar sword diagram away. Once the stellar sword diagram vanished, the stellar sword energy in the sky vanished as well, and the area returned to normal. The only reason Yang Yi had stopped the attack was because the stellar sword energy wasn't able to break through the formation around Skyfire City. But it did make sense. Even though the Lu clan wasn't as strong as the Yang clan, it was still one of the 8 clans. So, as the Lu clan's main city, the formation around Skyfire City was definitely not that easy to destroy. The old man who led the group suddenly spoke fiercely. "Yang Yi, you killed the successor of my Lu clan. My Lu clan didn't intend to search for you just to get even with you, but we never expected you to actually come to us. Since that's the case, don't blame us for showing no mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then 2 small black iron balls appeared in his right grasp. After that, they each formed a black pillar of light that shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face remained calm. At this moment, he finally understood why the Lu clan was acting against him. It was because of their successor. The Lu clan's successor had been helping Yang Ru that day, and had died at Yang Yi's hands. The Lu clan's successor dying at Yang Yi's hands was definitely a humiliation for the Lu clan, so it was understandable that the Lu clan hated him. Yang Yi shook his head. His left hand moved slightly, and then his sword shot forward. Hiss! Hiss! The black pillars of light were instantly sliced into 2, and then they vanished in midair. The laws of decay. Every single attack of his carried the laws of decay. The old man's face fell when he saw Yang Yi destroy his attack with such ease. Yang Yi's strength was much stronger than had expected. They knew a little about Yang Yi's strength, because everything Yang Yi did in the Yang clan was no secret to the other clans. However, at this moment, they noticed that Yang Yi wasn't really the same as the information they'd received. But it didn't matter to them, because they were in the Lu clan's territory. No matter how monstrous a Zenith Realm expert was, what was the worst such an expert could do? So, once he thought up to this point, the old man's gaze turned icy cold. "Yang Yi, since you've come, then you don't have to leave. It just so happens that I'm quite tempted by the Yang clan's rewards as well. Kill him. I want him dead, not alive." Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. He fled? All of them were stunned. Yang Yi actually fled? Needless to say, they were caught off guard by this development. "Get him!" The old man immediately intended to chase after Yang Yi once he gave the order. However, a black-robed old man by his side said, "Elder Lu Gu, it might be a trap." "A trap?" The old man, Lu Gu, laughed coldly. "There's 6 of us here. Why would we fear him?" The black-robed old man replied, "He has trump cards." Lu Gu said, "Isn't it just a mysterious arm? Didn't you see? He didn't use his right hand. If I'm not wrong, He's definitely suffering from side effects after the battle in the Yang clan. Presently, he's definitely unable to utilize that mysterious arm. All right, if you're afraid, then don't come with us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gu immediately vanished into the sky. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment, and then he followed Lu Gu with the others. Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword, and it didn't take long for him to leave Skyfire system and arrive in the boundless starry sky. Actually, he could go even faster, but he hadn't risen it to his limits. As for the reason, it was naturally because he was waiting for them. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop, and then Lu Gu's group of 6 appeared not too far behind him after just 3 breaths of time passed. Yang Yi turned to look at them. The black-robed old man by Lu Gu's side spoke solemnly. It's definitely a trap. Be care. Suddenly, the black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. Hiss. The old man had vanished on the spot, but an arm floated where he had been standing. It was the old man's arm. Silence instantly filled the surroundings. Lu Gu and the others' eyes were filled with shock. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to immediately take one of the black-robed old man's arms. It was especially so for the black-robed old man himself. Besides shock, there was deep fear in his eyes. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, it wouldn't have been just an arm that he lost. He would have lost his life. What a swift attack. At this moment, Lu Gu and the others had solemn expressions in their eyes as they gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head. He felt that his technique, split second, was still not strong enough because it couldn't kill true realm experts in an instant. The reaction of true realm experts was too swift, and it should be said that their instinct towards danger was too strong. So, they were always able to dodge his attack at the critical moment. It wasn't strong enough. He knew that he had to train more. His technique wasn't at its limits yet, and it could grow stronger. So long as his skill in utilizing those 5 laws of his improved, then the speed and strength of split second would rise a level higher as well. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started walking in Lu Gu's group's direction. Pressure. Had grown fond of exerting such pressure on others. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It could give his opponents mental pressure, and it could make him more imposing. It was an imposing aura that disregarded the world and looked down upon the world. Lu Gu and the others' eyelids twitched when they saw Yang Yi start walking in their direction. Surprisingly, none of them attacked. Yang Yi was still walking slowly, and the atmosphere here was growing heavier and heavier. It was oppressive. Lu Gu and the others felt oppressed. It was pressure that struck straight at the heart. He's creating an imposing aura for himself. Suddenly, the black-robed old man spoke abruptly. We can't fight him. Retreat. We can't. Lu Gu spoke angrily. We have 6 true realm experts here. Yet you're telling me that we can't fight a Zenith realm cultivator? If news of this were to spread, our Lu clan will become the laughingstock of the world. Attack with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. The black-robed old man shook his head. Fool. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. As soon as Yang Yi launched that attack just now, he understood that Yang Yi wasn't the same person that was described on the information their clan had received. At this moment, Yang Yi was a peerlessly monstrous genius, and ordinary true realm experts weren't capable of facing such monstrous geniuses. So, had chosen to leave. He had to notify the Lu clan that Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi anymore. Only 5 people remained here. Lu Gu and the others were extremely fast. They instantly arrived around Yang Yi, and then 5 powerful auras belonging to true realm experts slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Aura. True realm experts would usually use their auras in battle. The expert with the stronger aura would naturally gain an advantage in battle. Now, they had 5 auras on their side. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all when the auras of 5 true realm experts slammed down towards him, and he didn't release his sword intent and slaughter intent. Yang Yi just stabbed his sword forward. Bang! Their auras instantly collapsed. Head struck at the weak point of their auras. After he did that, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then a ray of light flashed. Only a ray of light could be seen, and a sword howl was heard. but Yang Ye's figure was nowhere to be seen. Both his speed and strength were at a terrifying level, especially Yang Ye's speed. It was the product of the fusion of many laws, and it made his speed far surpass true realm experts. 3 breaths of time later, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, but the light from Yang Ye's attacks hadn't vanished. Yang Yi didn't continue attacking. There were 2 bloody heads not too far in front of him, while Lu Gu and the other 2 who remained weren't in good shape. All 3 of them had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Especially Lu Gu, one of his arms was gone. Even though all of them were true realm experts, based on Yang Ye's estimations, they were second-stage true realm experts at most. They were much more inferior when compared to Yang Shun's group from that day. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fight 5 third-stage true realm experts on his own. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl and consumed it, and then he was about to attack. However, Lu Gu suddenly said, "Retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. The other 2 true realm experts followed closely behind him. Yang Yi was stunned. They fled just like that? Yang Yi fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then he shook his head and vanished on the spot. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi appeared outside Skyfire City again. Yang Yi walked slowly towards the city while holding a sword in his grasp. At the same time, his voice resounded through the city. "Lu Clan's patriarch, come chat with me. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1721. I am bullying you. Lu Clan's patriarch, come chat with me. Yang Ye's voice reverberated like a thunderclap through the city. At this moment, everyone in the city was shocked, and the entire Lu clan was alarmed. Someone was provoking the Lu clan. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had entered Skyfire City. Suddenly, a powerful aura converged in the sky, and then it locked onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped and looked up at it. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear at the center of it. Based on the man's outward appearance, he was around the age of 30, and he wore a luxurious robe and seemed imposing. Yang Yi asked, "The Lu clan's patriarch?" A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the man's mouth. "Do you think my Lu clan's patriarch is someone you can see just because you want to? Not to mention you. Even the Yang clan's successor has no right to meet my Lu clan's patriarch." Yang Yi asked, "Who are you? Can you represent the Lu clan?" The middle-aged man said, "I'm the Lu clan's guardian, Lu Nanfeng. Yang Yi, since you came to my Lu clan and killed our true realm experts, we'll take your head, and then I'll hang your corpse outside Skyfire City. I'll allow the world to understand that my Lu clan isn't an existence that just anyone can offend." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger in Yang Ye's direction. The aura around him swept out like a storm. In an instant, the space in a huge area warped and transformed into a vortex. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy flashed out from the vortex. Spatial energy. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a gap was torn open in the space before him. A moment later, the mysterious energy in the sky vanished. Lu Nanfeng's face was unsightly when he witnessed this. The experts of the Lu clan had told him to be careful of Yang Yi, but he hadn't taken them seriously. He felt that no matter how strong Yang Yi was, Yang Yi couldn't be that strong. Yet now, when he saw this scene before him, he knew that Yang Yi wasn't just strong now. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly started walking slowly in Lu Nanfeng's direction. "Do you know Yang Gawu?" Lu Nanfeng looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Yi shrugged. "He's dead." Lu Nanfeng's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly smiled. "Relax, it wasn't me." Lu Nanfeng's face became slightly unsightly upon hearing this. "He's making a fool of me." Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked forward to almost 300 m away from Lu Nanfeng, and then he stopped and said, "Actually, I intend to use reason here today." Reason. The expressions of all the spectators in the city became quite strange upon hearing this, because no matter how they looked at it, Yang Yi didn't seem like he was here to use reason when dealing with their clan. Lu Nanfeng laughed coldly. Reason? Yang Yi, are you joking? Yang Yi replied, I really am here to reason with your clan. Unfortunately, your clan doesn't seem willing. Lu Nanfeng spoke coldly. Yang Yi, you killed my clan's successor, but my clan didn't intend to seek revenge. However, you came here and successively killed true realm experts of my clan. Yang Yi, do you think my Lu clan is easy to bully? Yang Yi looked Lu Nanfeng in the eyes and replied, Your Lu clan acted against me from the shadows. Do you think I'm easy to bully? A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Lu Nanfeng's mouth. We do. So? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and then he vanished on the spot. Even though Head vanished on the spot, his hand hadn't followed him. Meanwhile, Lu Nanfeng had just stopped 300 m away, and he hadn't even let out a sigh of relief when his eyes opened wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Yang Yi was still on the spot. Many in the city didn't understand why Lu Nanfeng had such an expression on his face, but it didn't take long for them to come to an understanding. A small hole had suddenly appeared on his forehead, and it didn't take long for blood to seep out from the hole. In an instant, his entire face was covered in blood. Everyone here was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before Lu Nanfeng and said, Am I nice to bully? Lu Nanfeng stared at Yang Yi, and the color in his eyes gradually vanished. In next to no time, his eyes had dimmed completely. Was it an instant kill? No, not really, because Yang Yi had used 2 attacks. When he launched the first strike, he was very well aware that it wouldn't be able to kill Lu Nanfeng. So, he was observing which direction Lu Nanfeng was dodging. Sure enough, Lu Nanfeng dodged, and Head noticed the exact trajectory. So, Head immediately launched a second attack. This attack took Lu Nanfeng by surprise, and because Head anticipated Lu Nanfeng's movements, so Lu Nanfeng wasn't able to avoid it or take precautions against it before being killed. After he killed Lu Nanfeng, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, Lu clan, I'm not here to kill, I'm here to reason with you. However, it's obvious that you have no intention to reason with me. Since you don't, then let's talk with our fists. He paused for a moment at this point and continued, The Lu clan is one of the 8 top clans just like the Yang clan, so I presume you definitely have numerous outstanding geniuses. I, Yang Yi, am no expert, and I would like to seek guidance from the outstanding geniuses of the Lu clan. You just have to be 30 and below, and there's no limit to the number of challengers. You can even form groups to fight me. Silent. The entire city fell silent. Yang Yi was actually challenging all the geniuses of the Lu clan. If it was a while ago, some would definitely call him arrogant. Yet now, would anyone do that? Yang Yi was clearly confident in his ability. Of course, the comparatively intelligent would notice that Yang Yi's true motive wasn't to challenge the Lu clan's geniuses, and he was taking a step back so he could advance further. Yang Yi wasn't choosing to challenge the entire Lu clan. He was only challenging the Lu clan's geniuses that were below the age of 30. If no one from the Lu clan stepped forward, the entire medium universe would ridicule the younger generation of the Lu clan as good-for-nothing cowards. And if the Lu clan sent someone from the older generation to deal with Yang Yi, it would be an even greater humiliation. After all, Yang Yi was only at the zenith realm. If the Lu clan sent someone from the older generation when facing a challenge issued by a zenith realm cultivator, then wouldn't that represent that there was no one capable in the Lu clan's younger generation? Gang up on Yang Yi? That was even more impossible. If the Lu clan actually ganged up on a zenith realm cultivator that challenged them, then they would be an absolute joke. In short, Yang Yi's challenge caused the Lu clan to fall into a dilemma. Skyfire City fell silent again. No one answered him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, As one of the 8 top clans, the Lu clan surely has some monstrous geniuses, right? Don't worry, they'll show restraint, and I won't kill them. As I've said, I'm here to reason with you. I'm here to win you over with virtue. With virtue. The lips of many couldn't help but twitch when they heard Yang Yi. At this moment, many wanted to smack Yang Yi on the face with their shoes. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Does he have no shame? Yang Yi was clearly intending to act completely shamelessly. Head killed so many members of the Lu clan. Yet he actually said that he was here to reason with the Lu clan. If that was considered as reasoning with someone, then they had to admit that it was a very special method. Actually, Yang Ye's way of thinking was very simple. It was absolutely impossible for him to bully the entire Liu clan. If the Liu clan swarmed him, then he would have no other choice but to flee. Since he couldn't bully the entire Liu clan, then he intended to bully the young of the Liu clan. He didn't dare to speak about allowing the older generation to form groups to fight him, but if it was the younger generation, then he didn't feel any pressure when facing them. In any case, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a humiliation for him. After all, Head challenged their entire clan on his own. It was still silent, and the Liu clan didn't respond to him. Make their younger generation fight Yang Yi in single combat? Even though the Liu clan had some geniuses, could they resist a single strike from Yang Yi? The Liu clan's guardian was just killed with 2 attacks. Could anyone in the Liu clan be a match for Yang Yi? Yang Yi was about to speak when a young man suddenly appeared not too far away from him. As soon as the young man appeared there, a voice resounded from the sky, "Liu Chaoyun, go back." The young man, Liu Chaoyun, glanced at the sky and said, "Elder, it isn't humiliating for our younger generation to be no match for Yang Yi. It is humiliating if our younger generation acts like cowards and doesn't dare to accept his challenge." The person who spoke earlier remained silent. Liu Chaoyun gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, I don't know about the enmity between you and my clan. All I want to tell you is that perhaps our younger generation is inferior to you, but my Liu clan has no cowards." As he spoke, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. A spear had appeared in his grasp, and he held it tightly in his grasp as he stabbed it at Yang Yi. The spear shot forward swiftly like a flash of lightning, and the force it carried was so powerful that it cracked open the space around Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face remained calm. When the spear arrived, just over a dozen centimeters away from Yang Ye's forehead, the tip of a sword suddenly struck the tip of the spear. The spear shook violently, and then Yang Ye's sword sliced the spear into 2. A moment later, Yang Ye's sword was pressed against Liu Chaoyun's forehead. Head lost in just a single clash. Liu Chaoyun stared at Yang Yi. Besides shock, there was even more bitterness in his eyes. He knew he was no match for Yang Yi before Head even attacked, but he hadn't expected himself to be unable to even resist just one attack. Not even one attack. Yang Yi was in the same realm of cultivation as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly withdrew his sword and looked up at the sky. Next, the sky was perfectly silent. Yang Yi added, "As I've said, the entire younger generation of the Liu clan can join forces against me." He still received no response. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. "What? A dignified member of the 8 top clans, the Liu clan, has no one with balls throughout its younger generation?" Liu Chaoyun suddenly said, "Yang Yi, your strength far surpasses the younger generation of my Liu clan. So why be so overbearing and bully us?" "Bully you?" Yang Yi gazed at Liu Chaoyun and said, "You're right. I am bullying you." Bullying? Yang Yi was bullying them. The Liu clan said that he was easy to bully, so now he was bullying the Liu clan. He wanted to see who was easier to bully. Liu Chaoyun was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly added, "Fine. I'll use just one hand. I'll use just one hand against the entire younger generation of the Liu clan. All right? One hand. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1722. What a guy. One hand. Actually, it was quite shameless for Yang Yi to say that, because he could only use a single hand. He didn't dare to rashly unseal his right hand. His body still wasn't able to endure the strength of the war god's arm. His strength had improved, but his physical strength hadn't. If the strength of the war god's arm exploded out, then his body would be the first to bear the brunt of it. It could be said that his right hand was a double-edged sword. Unless he had no other choice, he would never unseal it. At this moment, Yang Yi was really bullying them to the limit. No one from the entire Liu clan's younger generation dared to accept his challenge. They were bound to lose, so stepping forward would just be a process of losing. Moreover, it was obvious that Yang Yi wasn't just targeting the Liu clan's younger generation, he was acting against the entire Liu clan. Yang Yi stood in the sky with his sword in hand, and he waited in silence. He wasn't afraid that the Liu clan would gang up on him. If he wanted to flee, even the Liu clan would find it difficult to catch up to his current speed. Moreover, the Liu clan would have to pay a huge price to kill him, and it was something that the Liu clan was very well aware of. As a large clan, it wouldn't do something that didn't benefit it. So, he was very confident that the Liu clan wouldn't try to fight him to the death. It wasn't because the Liu clan feared him, it was because it wasn't worth it for the Liu clan. Was it beneficial to the Liu clan to lose numerous true realm experts in order to kill him? Obviously, it wasn't. No matter how great the rewards provided by the Yang clan were, they weren't worth true realm experts. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air before Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you've truly surprised everyone. The middle-aged man wore an embroidered robe. He seemed to be only around the age of 30, but his hair was snow white. He was the Liu clan's patriarch, Liu Yuntian. Yang Yi gazed at Liu Yuntian while he gradually tightened his grip on his sword. The man before him gave him the same feeling as Yang Xiao had. Obviously, he was the Liu clan's patriarch. Liu Yuntian gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Yang Yi, I'm sure you didn't come to my Liu clan to crush it on your own, right? Yang Yi grinned. Patriarch Liu, what are you saying? If I had such strength, I would be using it on the Yang clan. Liu Yuntian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he shook his head. The higher-ups of your Yang clan are truly idiots. The natural talent and strength Yang Yi revealed right now was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that if the Yang clan had Yang Yi, then even if it couldn't reign supreme over the medium universe, having Yang Yi would definitely be able to guarantee that no one would dare to bully the Yang clan for the next 1,000 years. Yet now, such a genius had become a sworn enemy of the Yang clan. It wouldn't be a problem if the Yang clan succeeded at killing Yang Yi, but it just so happened that the Yang clan failed. Absolute idiots. That was what Liu Yuntian thought of the Yang clan's higher-ups. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Liu Yuntian. Patriarch Liu, I don't like to waste my breath. So all I want to know is if your Liu clan insists on killing me. Liu Yuntian fell silent. Kill Yang Yi? If Yang Yi was weak, then killing him wouldn't be an issue. However, if the Liu clan wanted to kill Yang Yi right now, then it would have to pay a huge price. If the price it paid was lower than the gains the Liu clan received, then he would do it without the slightest hesitation. But the problem was that the Liu clan would gain nothing from killing Yang Yi. As for the rewards that the Yang clan promised, they were nothing when compared to the true realm experts that the Liu clan would lose in order to kill Yang Yi. After staying silent for a short while, Liu Yuntian gazed at Yang Yi. You came to my Liu clan just to ask that? Yang Yi nodded. I don't like it when people scheme against me behind my back. So, I came here. There isn't any deep enmity between us, and I've never treated the Liu clan as my enemy. However, if the Liu clan thinks I'm easy to bully and plays tricks behind my back, then I'm sorry. They'll kill any member of the Liu clan that I see from now on. Liu Yunshin's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you threatening me? Yang Yi chuckled. Patriarch Liu, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you a fact. As for whether you want to become enemies with me, you can decide that yourself. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Liu Yuntian suddenly spoke. Wait. Yang Yi stopped, turned to gaze at Liu Yuntian, and asked, What? You've decided to kill me? Liu Yuntian replied, I don't have any strong points. The only one I do have is my fondness of providing guidance to juniors. After meeting you today, I have the urge to provide guidance to you. You won't refuse me, right? Guidance. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded. I just happen to want to seek guidance from you too. Perfect. Liu Yuntian waved his right hand, and then he vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Liu Yuntian appeared in an expansive space. They were less than 3 m away from each other. They exchanged glances, and then Liu Yuntian suddenly stretched out his right hand. He pressed his index and middle finger together before tapping them at Yang Yi from afar. The space before him suddenly started wriggling, and then a huge finger formed from space appeared before him. The huge finger was extremely long, and it covered a length of 300 m. A moment later, Lu Yuntian tapped it with his finger. Swish! The huge finger instantly shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A solemn expression covered Yang Ye's face when he saw the huge finger shoot towards him, because he noticed that the space before it was actually merging with it. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He took a step forward, and then he swung his sword. The huge finger shook violently when Yang Ye's sword stabbed against the tip of it, and then Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. After being pushed around 30 m back, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down, and the space below him shook violently while his figure stopped on the spot. His sword was still pressed against the huge, spatial finger. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly slapped the end of his sword's hilt. Hiss! A sharp piercing sound resounded, and then Yang Ye's sword pierced through the huge finger. The sword didn't slow down at all as it instantly arrived before Lu Yuntian. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared behind the sword before it even arrived in front of Lu Yuntian, and he grabbed it with his left hand again. Lu Yunshan's expression remained calm as he tapped the tip of Yang Ye's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were blasted backwards. Yang Yi used the spatial laws to stop himself after being pushed almost 30 m back, and then a ray of cold light flashed before Lu Yunshan's forehead. Yang Ye's sword had arrived in front of him. Lu Yuntian frowned slightly. Obviously, he was quite surprised by the speed of Yang Ye's attacks. However, while such speed was a threat to him, it wasn't sufficient to be lethal. So, two fingers suddenly clamped down on Yang Ye's sword before it could stab into his forehead. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. As soon as his sword was stopped, Yang Yi suddenly twisted his sword. Lu Yuntian immediately released Yang Ye's sword, and it pierced through the center of Lu Yunshan's forehead. However, it had merely pierced an afterimage. Lu Yuntian had appeared over 1 kilometer away from Yang Yi. As soon as he stopped himself, he frowned once more because Yang Ye's sword had appeared just an inch away from his forehead again. A trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes, and he didn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi in the slightest or be careless at all. Bang! A powerful aura swept out from within him. Boom! Yang Yi was pushed over 30 m back. This time, he hadn't even stopped himself when Lu Yuntian appeared in front of him and slammed a punch in his direction. Lu Yuntian hadn't executed any technique, and it was just a simple punch. Yang Yi didn't execute a technique as well, and he just swung his sword. Bang! As soon as their attacks collided, both of them were blasted over 1 kilometer away, but it only took a moment for them to vanish on the spot again. Just like that, Yang Yi and Lu Yuntian fought intensely. Many experts of the Lu clan were horrified by the sight of the battle, and it was especially so for Lu Gu, who had pursued Yang Yi earlier. At this moment, there was cold sweat on his forehead. He hadn't expected Yang Ye's strength to be at such a level. Yang Yi was actually able to go head-on against the Lu clan's patriarch, yet he had actually tried to pursue Yang Yi. However, he felt fortunate. He felt fortunate that he hadn't chosen to fight Yang Yi to the death. Otherwise, he may not be amongst the living anymore. The battle was still going on. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Lu Yuntian, both of them were faster than the eye could see. Their battle was at its peak, and every single move they made was lethal. So, just the slightest mistake may end with their death. Bang! Around 15 minutes later, a loud explosion suddenly resounded, and then both Yang Yi and Lu Yunshan's figures separated. This time, they didn't attack each other again. Who won? The experts of the Lu clan were quite anxious. If Yang Yi won, then they had no doubt that it would be quite a blow to the Lu clan. After all, Lu Yuntian was their patriarch, and he represented the Lu clan. If even their patriarch lost to a junior, the Lu clan would be utterly disgraced once word of it spread. Yang Yi and Lu Yuntian exchanged glances, and then they fell silent for an instant before Yang Yi suddenly cupped his fist at Lu Yuntian. Thank you for showing mercy. I gained quite a bit from the guidance you provided today. I'll pay you a visit another day. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Meanwhile, Lu Gu suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuntian, and he spoke anxiously, Patriarch, don't let him leave. Once he heard that Lu Yuntian had won, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Yi. Lu Yuntian glanced coldly at Lu Gu. Go. I won't stop you. Lu Gu's face froze. He was about to speak when Lu Yuntian looked up at the direction Yang Yi had left towards, and he spoke softly. What a guy. He hadn't won just now. Of course, he hadn't lost as well. Yang Yi couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to Yang Yi. The reason Yang Yi had said that was merely because he was giving Lu Yuntian face. It wasn't humiliating for Yang Yi to lose to him, but if he lost to Yang Yi, then it would be absolutely humiliating. Not only would he lose face, the Lu clan would lose face too. Lu Yuntian stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then he suddenly glanced at the surroundings and said, Give my order. From now onwards, no one from the Lu clan is permitted to interfere in the enmity between Yang Yi and the Yang clan. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1723. It won't be long. Yang Yi's visit to the Lu clan was no secret, so it quickly spread throughout the medium universe of Milky Way system. However, the fact that the Lu clan had lost a few true realm experts hadn't spread. Besides that, news of Yang Yi's fight with Lu Yuntian hadn't spread as well. Obviously, the Lu clan had sealed off all information about it. But that wasn't what everyone was paying attention to. What they cared about was that Yang Yi had shown himself at the Lu clan. It didn't take long for many to rush towards the area. There were always brave people in the face of abundant rewards. Yang Yi's head was worth so much, so many refused to give up. Even if they knew that Yang Yi was definitely not an ordinary person, they still refused to give up. As far as many were concerned, Yang Yi's head was an opportunity for them. He was a living precious treasure, and an opportunity to become strong. Wealth could make people lose their minds. Yang Yi didn't stay near the Lu clan, and he immediately left Skyfire system. In the boundless starry sky, Yang Yi found a safe spot and entered the primordial pagoda. Heal. Head suffered injuries during the battle with Lu Yuntian, but it was normal. After all, the gap between their cultivations was so huge. Unless he used the wooden sword, it would be utterly impossible for him to defeat Lu Yuntian. It was suppression by realm of cultivation. Something worth mentioning was that Lu Yuntian really did want to kill him. If he didn't possess sufficient strength, or Lu Yuntian felt that it was possible to kill him, then Lu Yuntian would have done that without the slightest hesitation. However, the facts prove that Lu Yuntian couldn't. If Lu Yuntian used the entire Lu clan's strength, then it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. But Lu Yuntian would never do that. Because it was just as Yang Yi had expected. The Lu clan wouldn't pay such a huge price to kill him. So, Head won the battle between him and the Lu clan. The reason Head won was his strength. His strength instilled fear in the Lu clan. Strength. Strength was the most important thing. Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the primordial pagoda. In less than an hour, the primordial pagoda had fully restored him. Not only had his injuries been healed, he was even back in his peak state. After he recovered, Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, and he continued sitting there. At this moment, he was recalling the battle with Lu Yuntian. Had done his best just now, but he was still unable to do anything to Lu Yuntian. Combat instinct. Lu Yunshin's combat instinct far surpassed his expectations. Lu Yunshin's sense for danger was absolutely sensitive, and his reaction was extremely quick too. Moreover, he was able to immediately launch a lethal strike upon stopping Yang Yi's attacks. The gap between them wasn't just reflected in their cultivations, it was reflected in their combat instinct too. Flaws. Presently, he was locating his own flaws by recalling the mistakes Head made during the battle with Lu Yuntian. One would remain ignorant if one didn't think about it, but it would be shocking once one did. Yang Yi noticed that when he recalled the previous battle, he noticed numerous mistakes that Head made. Or it should be said that he could have done better. Especially when doing just a little bit better would have allowed him to avoid suffering injuries. Time trickled by. A day later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. He stood up and took a deep breath. Even though his strength hadn't really improved in the last day, had gained a lot. Accumulation. He was gradually accumulating experience in battle, and he was confident that if he fought Lu Yuntian again, he would definitely not make similar mistakes. Yang Yi went to the first level. Snowy was still playing with the wooden sword. Or to be more precise, Snowy was training with the sword. Obviously, the wooden sword was teaching her. Yang Yi smiled and was about to leave, but a wisp of surprise suddenly flashed through his eyes. Snowy held the wooden sword with a single claw, and the wooden sword was trembling violently. But Snowy was still ceaselessly sending profound energy into it. The wooden sword shook more and more violently while sword howls resounded incessantly. Suddenly, Snowy grabbed the wooden sword with her other claw, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she swung it at Xiongqi, who was in deep sleep. Oem! An ear-piercing sword howl resounded. The sword howl caused the space here to tremble violently, and then almost 10,000 rays of sword energy appeared here. All of them rained down upon Xiongqi. Boom, 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 boom. Numerous explosions resounded in succession. At the same time, a furious howl resounded. Yang Yi, what the hell are you doing now? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A powerful aura shot up into the air, and the rain of sword energy was instantly dispersed before Xiongqi appeared in front of Yang Yi and Snowy. At this moment, Xiongqi was in quite a sorry state. Marks densely covered his body. Even though they hadn't broken through his defenses, it still wasn't a pleasant experience, because those marks were quite deep, and they would have drawn blood if they went just a little deeper. Xiongqi was glaring angrily at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a very innocent expression on his face. Snowy immediately put on an innocent expression when she saw Yang Yi's innocent expression. Xiongqi was no fool, so it didn't take long for him to look at Snowy. Snowy blinked and pointed at the sword in her grasp, as if she was saying like it had done it. However, it only took a moment for her to hide the sword behind herself, as if she was saying that he couldn't touch it. Xiongqi gazed at Snowy for a long time, and then he withdrew his gaze. He wouldn't go so low as to get angry with Snowy. Moreover, he really liked Snowy. Or it should be said that all demon beasts and other beings of nature were fond of sprite lords like Snowy. Pure and genuine. It was Snowy's character. But now, another description should be added. Mischievous. After she started staying with Yang Yi, she was growing more and more mischievous. Xiongqi glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, you've grown much stronger?" Yang Yi smiled. "Brother Xiongqi, aren't you the same? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Xiongqi shook his head slightly. "I'm just recovering my strength, but you're not doing the same. You're growing. Your speed of growth is quite shocking. However, you work quite hard too." He knew how Yang Yi had been training bitterly in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi smiled. "I have to work hard." Countless people throughout the medium universe wanted his head, and he had the Yang clan to worry about as well. There had been no movement from the Yang clan lately, but he was very well aware that it was definitely because the Yang clan wasn't confident in its ability to kill him yet. Once the Yang clan made its move, it would definitely be a storm. Xiongqi nodded. "When will you be going to the Yang clan?" "The Yang clan." Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, fell silent for a few moments, and replied, "It won't be long from now." Xiongqi said, "Even though you're much stronger now, it's still insufficient to go against that Yang clan of yours. Continue working hard on growing stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongqi flashed off into the distance, laid flat on the ground, and fell into deep sleep again. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he grabbed Snowy in his arms and said, "Don't just randomly hit others from now on, all right?" Snowy blinked, and then she started waving her claws about. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. "It's best if you didn't do it on purpose. Just be careful from now on. Understand?" Fortunately, Xiongqi had thick skin. If he suffered that attack and was caught off guard, then it may have crippled him even if he could avoid death. Even though Snowy wasn't strong, the wooden sword was. Snowy nodded when she heard him, and then she cracked a smile. She wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's head and rubbed her head against his head. This move always worked. This time was no exception. After that, Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, and he stayed to play with Snowy. However, they didn't get to play for long. Just around 5 or 6 hours later, he left the primordial pagoda. He frowned a little once he left the primordial pagoda, and then the scroll Yang Lianshuang gave him appeared before him. Ferocity filled his face when he read its contents. Yang clan. Yang Ye's furious voice resounded. Yang Lianshuang told him that the Yang clan was actually spreading that if people captured his loved ones in Merak's system, then he would show himself, and they could even use those loved ones to make Yang Yi do as they said. So, countless people who wanted to take Yang Ye's head instantly moved their attention to Merak's system. The Yang clan wanted to make him become enemies with the entire world. Yang Yi stood on the spot while he tightened his grip on his sword. Return to Merak's system? I can't. Once I go back there, the trouble I face will never end. Moreover, once he returned, the flames of war would burn through Merak's system. Merak's system was too small, and it couldn't endure a war of such scale. Besides that, he would fall into a passive position that never ended. Because he couldn't leave Merak's system, and it would make it much easier for the Yang clan to deal with him. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he smiled ferociously. You want my head to be exchanged for treasures? All right, then come take it. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the scroll and said, Help me do something. Tell your people to spread the word that I'll be at Sword Immortal City, and I'll be waiting for all those who want to take my head. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. A day later, the news of Yang Ye's presence in Sword Immortal City swept through the medium universe like a storm. It spread so swiftly that it only took a short while for countless people to receive information about his whereabouts. So, countless experts rushed to Sword Immortal City. They were absolutely afraid that they would get there too late, and Yang Ye's head would fall into someone else's hands. Kill Yang Yi and save 100 years of hard work. It was the most popular line in the entire medium universe of Milky Way system right now. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1724. Where's Yang Yi? Sword Immortal City. At this moment, it was the center of attention throughout the medium universe. Countless people rushed to Sword Immortal City. Some were there to kill Yang Yi, and some were there to watch the show. In short, it was much busier than any other time in the past. Noon. A young man in a green robe appeared outside the city. He had a sword in his grasp. It was Yang Yi, of course. Didn't they want to kill him? Fine. They didn't have to look for him or go to Merak's system. Head shown himself and made them come for him. Head traveled to the Liu clan with the hopes that the Liu clan would stop playing tricks in secret and stop selling information about his whereabouts. He wasn't afraid that others would come from him. He just didn't want to kill all day and waste time. However, he noticed that avoiding it didn't help. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he intended to face it head-on. Right when Yang Yi was about to enter the city, a violet-robed old man suddenly appeared at the entrance and obstructed Yang Ye's path. The old man looked quite old. His hair was completely white, and he had a violet sword hanging on his waist. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and it didn't take long for him to frown, because he was actually unable to sense the old man's aura. The old man suddenly spoke. You're Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. The old man said, My master requests your presence. Yang Yi frowned. Your master? The old man nodded, and then he started walking further into the city. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he followed the old man. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at an extremely familiar place, the Grand Immortal Pavilion. The old man didn't say anything. He just led Yang Yi up the pavilion. When they arrived before the third floor, the old man hadn't even arrived before the barrier of light when it automatically split apart. True rank sword intent? Yang Yi frowned slightly. His sword intent is at the true rank? Wait, I've encountered true rank sword intent in the past. His sword intent is absolutely not at the true rank. If it isn't at the true rank, is it above the true rank? Yang Yi restrained the thoughts in his mind and walked over to the barrier of light which had appeared again. He didn't release his sword intent, and he just stabbed his sword forward. As soon as his sword touched it, the barrier of light was instantly obliterated. Yang Yi arrived on the third floor, and the old man was looking at him when he walked in. Yang Yi asked, "What?" The old man shook his head slightly, and then he turned around and continued forward. It didn't take long for them to arrive before another barrier of light. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. "The fourth floor?" The old man nodded. "The Grand Immortal Pavilion has 4 floors. However, only a single person can enter the 4th floor." Yang Yi asked, "Your master?" The old man nodded again. Yang Yi glanced at the barrier of light before him and was about to head over. The old man suddenly stopped him and said, "Stay here and talk with my master." Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "You want me to talk to that master of yours from here?" The old man replied, "Exactly. Only my master can enter the 4th floor." Yang Yi sized up the old man and said, "I was very curious about who your master is because that person was actually able to make you acknowledge him or her as your master. I was also curious about why your master wanted to see me. Yet now, I'm not curious anymore. Forgive me for being unwilling to stay any longer." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Yang Yi was quite annoyed right now. They were acting like he was begging to meet the person on the 4th floor. Since they wanted to put on an air of superiority, he felt that they could do it themselves. He refused to go on with this for a moment longer. Suddenly, the old man obstructed Yang Yi's path. "You can't leave." Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. "Believe me, it'll destroy this pavilion of yours." The old man frowned slightly. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from behind the barrier of light. "Uncle Ku, let him up here." It was a woman's voice. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and gestured for Yang Yi to go ahead. Yang Yi glanced in the direction of the barrier and said, "Sorry, I don't want to go up there anymore." He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the woman's voice resounded again. "You're from Merak System, and I'm from Merak System too." Merak System. Yang Yi stopped moving, fell silent for a moment, and then he turned around and gazed at the barrier. "Who are you?" She replied, "You like talking through a barrier?" A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi walked over to the barrier. He swung his sword, but it wasn't able to shatter the barrier. Moreover, he was pushed 30 m back instead. The woman's voice resounded, "I'm quite disappointed." Suddenly, Yang Yi's hand moved. Split second. At the moment his hand moved, the barrier of light exploded apart. Yang Yi didn't say a word, and he just walked into the 4th floor. The old man didn't follow him. After he entered the 4th floor, Yang Yi noticed that it was a bedroom, a woman's bedroom. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There was a screen not too far away from him, and he could see a figure behind it. Based on its shape, it belonged to a woman, but he couldn't see her appearance. Yang Yi didn't use his divine sense to investigate. Since she didn't want to let him see her face, then it was pointless to do so by force. Yang Yi sat down on a chair and asked, "You're from Merak System?" She replied, "Do I have a reason to lie to you?" Yang Yi fell silent for a few moments before he replied, "You know me?" "I don't." She continued, "However, I sense something familiar from you. If I'm not wrong, we definitely have mutual acquaintances." Yang Yi said, "Tell me who you know." "Some people that I don't want to mention." She continued, "I didn't invite you here for that. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Yang Yi asked, "Then for what?" She replied, "Yang Yi, I know a little about the enmity between you and the Yang clan. However, Sword Immortal City doesn't want to get mixed up in it. However, you've come here. So, I invited you here to ask you to leave the city. Don't bring the flames of war to Sword Immortal City." "So that's why." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "I'm sorry for not giving consideration to all aspects." She said, "Looks like you're quite agreeable." Yang Yi said, "How about I do it outside the city and not inside?" "All right." She remained silent. Yang Yi added, "I'm sure you're aware that I've told the world that I'm here. If I say I'm not here anymore, then others would think that I'm afraid of them." She remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "All right." Yang Yi nodded, "Thank you." He paused for a moment and continued, "Beautiful, I have an unreasonable request." She replied, Then don't tell me about it. Yang Yi's face froze. But it didn't take long for him to recover his composure. Miss, we're both from Merak's system. It's a rare occurrence for us to meet here so far away from our homes. It's fate that brought us together. I'm sure you've noticed that many are trying to kill me. As someone from Merak's system as well, shouldn't you help a little? Help? She said. Help you fight the world? Or help you fight the Yang clan? Yang Yi replied, more or less. Don't worry, I'll never forget your kindness. She suddenly said, your skin is absolutely thick. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the woman said, Yang Yi, with the strength you possess, you're actually completely capable of fleeing. So long as you flee, even the entire Yang clan's forces wouldn't be able to kill you. I'm really puzzled. Why don't you flee? Why are you trying to draw their attention instead? Yang Yi chuckled. Because there are people I have to protect. So, I can't flee. She asked, those women of yours in Merak's system? Yang Yi nodded. She asked, can I say a few words? Yang Yi said, go ahead. She said, Yang Yi, your natural talent in the sword Dao is quite good. Unfortunately, you can't sever your emotions and love. If you can abandon it all, then your sword will become even purer and stronger. Yang Yi asked, like the unfettered one? She asked, you know him? Yang Yi replied with a question, you do too? She fell silent for a moment and replied, he's a legend from our Merak system, so how could I not? Even if you've never witnessed his strength in person, you should have heard of it. If you're able to sever your emotions, then it shouldn't be too difficult for you to attain a similar level as him. Yang Yi stood up and said, Miss, the unfettered one is the unfettered one, and I am who I am. Why should I try to be him? I don't need to be anyone, and I just have to be myself. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, you know, if you don't sever your emotions, your sword will never be free. I'll never be able to become as pure as the unfettered one. If I don't have the people I love by my side, then even if I'm matchless throughout the universe, it's still useless to me. But if I have those I love by my side, then I'm even willing to live an ordinary and peaceful life as an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even turn around before vanishing. A long moment of silence ensued before the woman suddenly spoke softly. A pure heart and one who cherishes his relationships. Rare indeed. Unfortunately, if you don't sever it, your attainments in the sword Dao will be limited. Once she finished speaking, she fell silent for a long time before she said, a familiar aura. After he left the Grand Immortal Pavilion, Yang Yi left the city. As soon as he did, a furious howl resounded through the sky. Where's Yang Yi? I want your head. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a figure shot through the sky. It didn't take long for a man to arrive before Yang Yi. He instantly appeared right in front of Yang Yi, and then a saber was pressed against Yang Yi's throat. Where's Yang Yi? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1725. They'll kill all who come. Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes. He's right in front of you. The man was slightly stunned and said, You're Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. The man instantly became excited. So you're Yang Yi. So you're so weak. Haha. Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly. Silence filled the surroundings. The man was still in front of Yang Yi, and his saber was still pressed against Yang Yi's throat, but his head was at his feet. Yang Yi moved aside and sat cross-legged on the ground. The man still maintained the same pose. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl, swallowed it, and closed his eyes slowly. It didn't take long for news about Yang Yi being outside the city to spread. In just a short while, numerous people appeared on the city walls. Everyone was looking at Yang Yi, and their gazes either burned with desire, surged with curiosity, or flickered with fear. At this moment, Yang Yi could be said to be known throughout the medium universe. Kill Yang Yi and save 10 years of hard work. It was absolutely not a joke. The Yang clan had promised such abundant rewards. If anyone could obtain them, then they wouldn't just be able to save 10 years of hard work, they may be able to save 100 years of hard work. Moreover, they didn't have to worry that the Yang clan would go back on its word. The Yang clan had made it known to the entire medium universe. So, if they went back on their word, it was obvious that the Yang clan's reputation would crash, and no one would ever trust the Yang clan again. So, they didn't have to worry about that at all. Yang Yi sat cross-legged below the city walls, and he seemed like he was asleep. Time trickled by, and it didn't take long for 15 people to appear in the distance. The leader of the group, a young man, walked over to Yang Yi. He was around the age of 25, wore an embroidered robe, and held a violet gold-colored spear. The Zenith Realm. The man was at the Zenith Realm, and the others behind him were at the Zenith Realm at least. 15 Zenith Realm experts. Moreover, their auras were heavy. Obviously, they weren't ordinary Zenith Realm experts. It didn't take long for them to walk over to Yang Yi. The man who led the ground glanced at Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the man. "You're here for my head?" "Yes." The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes, and there was no fear in his eyes. Yang Yi asked, "Then what are you waiting for?" "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. His spear was swift like a bolt of lightning, and its tip instantly arrived before Yang Yi's forehead. However, it couldn't move any closer after it arrived an inch away from Yang Yi's forehead, because a sword was pressed against the body of his spear. The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Attack together." Suddenly, his body stiffened, and then countless people watched with astonishment as his spear split into two. At the same time, his head fell off his neck. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, even extraordinary Zenith Realm experts were nothing, unless it was a monstrous genius at the Zenith Realm who could surmount his or her realm of cultivation to fight true realm experts. Other Zenith Realm experts were nothing to him. Yang Yi didn't stop after he killed the man. He suddenly appeared within the group, and then rays of light flashed incessantly. Every single ray of light took a head. 3 breaths of time later, 15 heads were on the ground by Yang Yi's feet. The crowd on the city walls was deathly silent. In just 3 breaths of time, 15 Zenith Realm experts had fallen. Instant annihilation. They'd truly been killed in an instant. Not a single one of them had been able to resist a single attack from Yang Yi. All of them had been killed in an instant with one strike. At this moment, the gazes of many people were filled with fear as they gazed at Yang Yi from above the city walls. Yang Yi glanced at the heads on the ground, and then he waved his right hand. They instantly appeared by the city walls in an extremely orderly row. Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just sat down cross-legged, withdrew an energy pearl, and consumed it. Actually, killing those Zenith Realm experts wasn't easy at all. Both their reaction and speed were extremely swift, so he had to use his full strength with every swing of his sword. It was exactly why his profound energy had been completely exhausted in that short period of 3 breaths of time. Fortunately, he had the energy pearls that Snowy made. Otherwise, he would have to flee. But he couldn't flee this time. He firmly believed that if he wanted others to stop looking for trouble with him, then there was only one way to accomplish that. It was to kill. Kill until all who wanted to kill him were dead. Kill until no one dared to come looking for him. Once everyone was aware of his strength, he was certain that no matter how abundant the Yang clan's promised rewards were, no one would come looking for trouble with him. He intended to kill until everyone feared him. He intended to kill until everyone trembled before him. Grand Immortal Pavilion. A woman was standing by the window on the 4th level, and her gaze was in the direction of Yang Yi. A voice suddenly came from below. "Young miss, should I stop him?" She asked. "Why?" A moment of silence ensued, and then the voice came from below again. "He may cause trouble for our Sword Immortal City," she replied. "He's a very agreeable person, but he's also someone very disagreeable. If you try to make him leave, he may destroy Sword Immortal City first." The voice that came from the 3rd floor said, "He doesn't have the strength to do that." She shook her head slightly. "Uncle Ku, never underestimate others, especially Yang Yi. He seems to be arrogant, crazy, and brave but rash. However, he's actually full of tricks, just like this very moment. As far as others are concerned, he's looking for trouble, but in actuality his actions are a way to put an end to all trouble. The voice from below asked, "Young miss, why do you say that?" She explained, "The Yang clan is only able to use others to cause trouble for him because they are unaware of his strength. Yet now, he intends to tell everyone how strong he is. Once they find out how strong he is, there'll naturally be few that dare to come looking for trouble with him." She fell silent for a moment and continued, "This is called stopping killing with killing. It's the most violent method, but it's also the most effective method." The voice asked, "Isn't he afraid that hell caused trouble for himself and dig his own grave?" She spoke indifferently. "If he succeeds, it's called stopping killing with killing. If he fails, it's called digging his own grave." Visit Readel Me for extra chapters. She paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued, "Have you investigated what I asked for?" The voice replied, "I have. They're all gone." She frowned slightly. "Dead?" "No." The voice continued, "All of them have vanished. They're not in Nether Pavilion system, and they're not in Merak system either." The woman fell silent for a long time before she said, "Continue investigating. Besides that, find out how many are left in the pavilion." "Understood." She looked outside the city. "They're gone." Outside the city, Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the ground, but there were 10 more heads below the city walls behind him. Something worth mentioning was that the people on the city walls hadn't come down to fight Yang Yi, and those heads belonged to those who came from outside the city. After they witnessed Yang Yi's strength for themselves, the people on the city walls naturally wouldn't come down to seek death. Actually, if those who died had known how strong Yang Yi was, they would have definitely not come to seek Yang Yi's head. Even though those treasures were enticing, they weren't as valuable as their own lives. However, they weren't aware of Yang Yi's strength, and Yang Yi would never give them a chance. Because Yang Yi was very well aware that if he was weak, then they would never give him a chance. Time trickled by. More and more heads were lined up below the city wall. Up until this point in time, there were almost 50 heads there, and they were still increasing in number. Sunset. An old man suddenly appeared out of thin air a short distance in front of Yang Yi. The true realm. A slight commotion arose in the crowd atop the city walls, because the old man was the first true realm expert until now. The true realm. In their hearts, true realm experts were the top experts of this universe. Even though Yang Yi had killed many before this and had even killed them swiftly, they were all at the zenith realm or half-step true realm. Yet now, a true realm expert had arrived. Many people on the city walls had smiles on their faces, because as far as they were concerned, there was a show to watch. Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at the old man, and then chuckled, "Haha, even a true realm expert can't resist the temptation?" The old man nodded and said, "The true spirit fruit. I may never be able to advance further without it. So, even though I know you're not an ordinary genius, I have no choice but to try." Yang Yi didn't stay seated on the ground, and he stood up, because he would never allow himself to act carelessly against a true realm expert, nor did he dare to do so. Meanwhile, the old man didn't say another word. He suddenly took a step forward, and then a terrifying aura instantly swept out like a tsunami and crashed down upon Yang Yi. Even the space in its path warped before it, and many on the city walls even couldn't help but take many steps back. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed drastically, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss! While he had vanished on the spot, his right hand hadn't left with him. An arm fell to the ground where the old man had been standing. Meanwhile, the old man had just stopped around 300 m away when his expression changed drastically once more, and then his body stiffened. A moment of silence ensued, and then he gazed at Yang Yi with dejection. "I thought that even if I couldn't kill you, I would be able to leave safely." Yang Yi glanced at the old man. "Obviously, you were dreaming." The old man's head tilted to the side and fell to the ground. Hiss! A torrent of blood sprayed out from his neck. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1726, My Life for Hers. A true realm expert had been killed in an instant. The crowd atop the city walls was deathly silent. There was disbelief in their eyes. They had expected all sorts of possible outcomes, like Yang Yi losing or Yang Yi barely winning, but they had never expected Yang Yi to even be able to instantly kill a true realm expert. That was a true realm expert. Yet even such an expert had been killed in an instant? It was inconceivable to them. After Yang Yi killed the old man, he immediately sat down cross-legged, withdrew 2 energy pearls, and consumed them. He hadn't killed the old man in an instant just now, and had used 2 attacks. It was absolutely difficult to truly kill a true realm expert in an instant, and he was practically only able to injure them with a single attack. Only 2 successive attacks that were executed extremely swiftly were capable of killing a true realm expert in an instant. After he merged everything that he knew, fighting had become much simpler for him. Actually, it was normal. True lethal moves only had to be executed once. No matter how flashy a sword technique or other combat techniques were, their final goal was to launch a lethal strike. Instantly executing 2 attacks caused Yang Yi's profound energy to be completely exhausted in an instant. At this moment, he didn't dare to allow his body to be devoid of profound energy, because others might come to kill him at any moment. Suddenly, a huge group appeared in the distance. It was a group of over 100 people. There were Zenith Realm, Rebirth Realm, and even Dualism Realm experts amongst them. When they saw this group, the spectators on the city walls gazed at the group with pity. The members of this group had varying levels of cultivation, and they were obviously a group that had been formed at the last moment. Even though there were many of them, it was obvious that they would be nothing before Yang Yi. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and still hadn't opened his eyes. It didn't take long for the group to stop not too far away from Yang Yi. Their expressions changed slightly when they noticed the over 100 heads that were laid out behind Yang Yi. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi had killed so many. Suddenly, a bald man stepped forward, and he pointed his saber at Yang Yi and smiled fiercely. "Brothers, that's Yang Yi. We just have to kill him, and we'll gain the Yang clan's rewards. We just have to kill him, and we'll obtain true rank techniques, treasures, and true spirit fruits. Kill him, and we can save 100 years of hard work. Kill him. Kill him. Kill Yang Yi. Kill Yang Yi." All of them started to howl in unison. However, they hadn't noticed that the spectators on the city walls were looking at them with pity. Yun Shui. Suddenly, a surprise voice came from above the city walls, and then a man in a luxurious robe leaped down from the city walls. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the group, and his gaze shot towards a woman in a blue dress. The woman gazed at the man and frowned slightly. "Emohi, what are you doing here? Are you here to kill Yang Yi too?" Emohi's expression changed slightly. "You're here to kill Yang Yi?" She nodded. "What? You too?" He took a deep breath and replied, "Yun Shui, come with me. Right now." She frowned. "What are you trying to say?" He walked over to her and spoke in an extremely serious manner. "Trust me, come with me right now." She didn't know how terrifying Yang Yi was, but he did. Even though this group had an absolute advantage in numbers, even another 100 would be useless before someone like Yang Yi, because killing these people only required a swing of the sword to Yang Yi. She glanced at Emohi and said, "You're extremely afraid of him?" Emohi spoke seriously. "Yun Shui, you're no match for him. Listen to me this time, all right?" She looked him in the eyes. "Do you know why I don't like you?" Emohi's face froze. He was about to speak when she continued, "Because you're always hesitant. You dare not do this, you dare not do that. I, Li Yun Shui, like a heroic man, but you're too cowardly." Emohi laughed bitterly and said, I know all of that. But Yun Shui, just listen to me this time, all right? So long as you leave with me, I guarantee that I won't bother you again. I'm serious. Just take it as me begging you, all right?" A wisp of disdain flashed through her eyes. She didn't say anything to him, and she just gazed at the bald man. Brother Gu, shall we? The bald man glanced at Emohi and said, Misty, you made the right choice. How can such a guy be worthy of you? As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and smiled fiercely. Brother, it's time to change our destiny. Kill. He was the first to charge forward once he finished speaking. The others behind him charged over as well, and the woman in a blue dress did the same. A wisp of resolve flashed through Emohi's eyes, and then he charged over as well. They weren't ordinary experts, so they were extremely swift, and it only took an instant for them to surround Yang Yi. Something worth mentioning was that while the bald man had been the first to charge, he suddenly slowed down once the others started charging. So, someone else was the first to arrive before Yang Yi. Right when that person arrived around a meter away from Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then a sword pierced through that person's forehead. An instant later, that person's figure was split into two. It happened too abruptly, so many hadn't even been able to react to it. Meanwhile, the sword appeared before another person's forehead, and then it pierced through as expected. A moment later, another head flew up into the air. Just like that, 10 people lost their heads before the others could even react. A head with every strike. Yang Yi hadn't executed split-second. They weren't worth it. They were just simple swings of his sword. He executed 10 in a moment, and they overlapped together. They were extremely strong and swift. Perhaps they were no threat to true realm experts, but these people before him were absolutely unable to stop his attacks. When they recovered from their shock, 20 heads were on the ground. At this moment, many were afraid. Truly afraid. At this moment, they realized how terrifying their target was. He wasn't someone they could fight at all. At this moment, they understood why the Yang clan was paying such a huge price for Yang Ye's head. Flee. Only that thought remained in the minds of many. The bald man was the first to start fleeing. However, Yang Yi gazed at him. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared in front of the bald man, causing the latter's expression to change drastically. His reaction was extremely swift, and he swiftly swung his saber at Yang Yi. The saber had just arrived over a dozen centimeters above Yang Ye's head when it suddenly broke into two, and then a sword pierced through the bald man's forehead. The bald man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't even be able to resist a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. Yang Yi looked the bald man in the eyes and said, Change your destiny? Indeed. Reincarnate better and start all over again. That can be considered as changing your destiny too. Visit Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi twisted his wrist once he finished speaking. Hiss. The bald man's head flew up into the air. Yang Yi didn't stop after taking the bald man's head, because many in the surroundings were fleeing. He didn't spare them. How could he? They wanted to kill him. So, if he didn't have the strength, would they let him live? Moreover, he firmly believed that even if he spared them, they would definitely try to kill him again if they had the chance. That was human nature. Besides that, being benevolent to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. The slaughter began. If they had stayed united against Yang Yi, then while Yang Yi wouldn't die, he would definitely be unable to slaughter them with such ease. However, they were gathered at the last moment, so how could they possibly work together? Every attack took a head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the woman in a blue dress who'd arrived over 5 kilometers away. Her face instantly turned ghastly pale when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze. She'd noticed that anyone Yang Yi looked at would die. Sure enough, she sensed the aura of death coming for her. A sword appeared behind her at a speed which wasn't even visible to the eye. She closed her eyes. Hiss. An instant later, the sound of a sword stabbing into flesh resounded. However, she opened her eyes. Am still alive? She turned around, and she saw a man had suddenly appeared there. It was Emohi, and Yang Ye's sword was stabbed through the center of Emohi's forehead. The woman was stunned. Yang Yi gazed at Emohi for a few moments and said, You planned this? The man was utterly unable to see the movements of his sword, so there was only one explanation. The man had moved to protect her as soon as he saw Yang Yi looking at her. Blood was flowing down incessantly from Emohi's forehead. It only took a moment to cover his face in blood. However, his eyes were still open, and he was looking at Yang Yi. He said, He'll use my life for hers, all right? Yang Yi gazed at Emohi for a while and replied, all right. Emohi cracked a smile, but it didn't take long for his smile to stiffen. At the same time, the color in his eyes faded. Yang Yi pulled out his sword and left. At the instant Yang Yi's sword was pulled out, Emohi's corpse fell backwards, but the woman in a blue dress caught it. She just stared blankly at Emohi and spoke with dejection. Why? Why? Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, because of his love for you. His love for you surpassed his fear of death. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground once he finished speaking, and then he withdrew 2 energy pearls and consumed them. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned slightly. After that, the scroll Yang Lianshuang gave him appeared in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up when he saw the contents of it, and his smile was quite ferocious. The rewards promised by the Yang clan had been increased by 5 times. 5 times. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1727. You want to play? 5 times. What did that mean? It meant that the number of rewards promised would even be painful for the Yang clan to provide. It was a huge price to pay. Regardless of whether it was true rank treasures, combat techniques, or cultivation techniques, they were extremely rare even in huge clans like the Yang clan. Especially the true spirit fruits. Even the true realm experts of the Yang clan would find it difficult to get one. Yet now, the Yang clan was actually giving 10 as a reward for Yang Yi's head. 10 true spirit fruits. It was enough to entice countless clans and true realm experts, and that was exactly what the Yang clan wanted. They'd increase the rewards by 5 times with the hopes that it would attract true realm experts and other clans. Once those true realm experts and clans acted against Yang Yi days would be filled with trouble. There were always brave people when enticed by abundant rewards. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he smiled. You want to play? He'll play until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slowly. Meanwhile, over 100 heads had appeared behind him. The woman in a blue dress suddenly carried Emohi's corpse in her arms and walked towards the distance. She walked for a while before suddenly stopping, and then she turned to look at Yang Yi. You're so strong. So why don't you let others know? If the world knew of your strength, no one would come to kill you, and so many wouldn't have died. She sounded like she was complaining, because if she knew Yang Yi's strength was so extraordinary, she wouldn't have come even if her group had 100 more experts in it. Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at her, and said, So, based on what you just said, it's all my fault? She fell silent for an instant before she replied, You should let the world know of your strength. Yang Yi said, Am I not doing that right now? She said, Killing isn't necessary to accomplish that goal. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Get your facts straight. It was all of you who wanted to kill me, and it wasn't I who went to kill all of you. I was just defending myself. It's legal. Understand? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, Someone like you won't live for long. Suddenly, a sword pressed against her forehead. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and said, Since you were able to come here with others and try to kill me in exchange for treasures, it proves that you're not a good person either. So, cut the crap. I spared you because of that fellow in your arms, and it wasn't because of you. Thank him well for the remainder of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked away. His voice resounded again after he took 2 steps away. If I see you again in 3 breaths of time, then I'll bury both of you together. 3 breaths of time later, the woman was gone. It was obvious that Yang Yi wasn't someone who would show mercy to a beautiful woman. She didn't want to die, so she naturally wouldn't act foolishly and try to defy Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the hundreds of heads below the city walls and fell silent. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. The Yang clan wouldn't let him go that easily, and it definitely had a backup plan. When that backup plan was used, it would be an absolute storm. Because the Yang clan knew his strength well, so when they did attack again, they would definitely be fully prepared, and they wouldn't give him the slightest chance. As for reconciliation, what a joke. The Yang clan would never reconcile with him, and it wouldn't dare either. His threat to the Yang clan was limited right now, but once he truly matured, then Yang clan would have to tremble before him. So, the Yang clan would never allow him to grow. As for Yang Yi himself, he would never accept reconciliation with the Yang clan, and he would never forget what the Yang clan had done to him. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Night. The moon hung high up in the night sky, and specks of silver light rained down from above to cover the ground in a faint veil of light. Yang Yi sat cross-legged outside the city, and he seemed like he was sleeping. The city walls were still covered with people. The spectators hadn't left. Yang Yi was waiting, and so were they. Because the Yang clan had increased the rewards by 5 times, the experts from all over the medium universe were rushing towards Sword Immortal City. Late at night, the surroundings were silent, and Yang Yi was still seated cross-legged on the ground while the spectators on the city walls were still there. Suddenly, someone on the city walls said, "Someone has arrived." They looked up. Under the rays of moonlight, they could see a man and a woman over 10 kilometers away. Both of them were extremely young and seemed to be only over 20 years of age. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. A moment later, the spectators' expressions changed, because the man and woman had suddenly appeared 30 m away from Yang Yi. None of them had been able to notice how the man and woman appeared in front of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at the pair, and then stood up. The man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi nodded, "I am." Meanwhile, the man glanced at the heads behind Yang Yi and asked, "You killed all of them?" Yang Yi glanced at the man and woman, and he said, "If you're here to kill me, then please make your move. Let's not waste our time. If you're not here to kill me, then see that? The city gates are over there." The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he gazed at the woman by his side. "Senior sister, will you, or shall I?" The woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. "It doesn't matter." The man nodded. "Then he'll do it," she said. "Be careful." The man chuckled. The youths nowadays start acting arrogantly and haughtily once they have some ability. Actually, they're utterly unaware of how weak their ability is. That's what it's like to be a frog at the bottom of a well. They think the sky is as wide as the mouth of the well. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Just like you." Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just vanished on the spot. The man's expression immediately changed when Yang Yi vanished on the spot, because a sword was already half an inch away from his forehead. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the man appeared over 1 kilometer away while Yang Yi was still standing on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at the man. There was a tiny golden shield on the man's forehead, and it was exactly that shield which had stopped Yang Yi's attack. Meanwhile, the man and the woman revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. An expert's strength was obvious once the battle began. Yang Yi's attack allowed them to realize that they'd severely underestimated Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly started walking in the man's direction. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. There was no disdain left in the man's eyes. If he still looked down on Yang Yi, then he would really be not too far away from death. Of course, he wasn't very far from it now. Suddenly, the man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a ray of dazzling golden light erupted from the tiny shield on his forehead. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. However, Yang Yi was still walking, and it was like he hadn't launched that attack. The man stared at Yang Yi. "How can your speed be that swift?" Yang Yi stopped and glanced at the man. "Give it your best guess." The man was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, "Watch out." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, another explosion resounded, and the man was blasted 3 kilometers away. At this moment, there were cracks on the tiny golden shield. When the man noticed the cracks on the golden shield, his face instantly fell. The golden shield was a true rank treasure. However, it had cracked open from just suffering a few attacks from Yang Yi. The man looked up at Yang Yi. At the moment his gaze descended upon Yang Yi, a sword had suddenly pressed against his forehead. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and the man was blasted 3 kilometers away again. As for the tiny golden shield on his forehead, it had cracked apart and transformed into numerous fragments that scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at the man. As soon as he noticed Yang Yi's gaze, the man's countenance turned ghastly pale. How would he stop Yang Yi's attack this time? Please show mercy. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then an old man appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. It was a true realm expert. The old man cupped his fist to Yang Yi and said, "Young Master Yang, am an elder of the Li clan. These 2 little fellows are a young master and young miss of my Li clan. My Li clan wasn't aware that they left to look for you." He paused for a moment and continued, "Please give my Li clan some face and spare them." The Li clan, one of the 8 clans. Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he glanced at the man and woman. He said, "The youths nowadays start acting arrogantly and haughtily once they have some ability. Actually, they're utterly unaware of how weak their ability is. That's what it's like to be a frog at the bottom of a well. They think the sky is as wide as the mouth of the well." Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. The man's face became extremely unsightly. Because Yang Yi had repeated the exact same words that Head said to Yang Yi just now. Head used his mouth to convey those words, but Yang Yi had used facts. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Yi was giving the Li clan face, and he said, "Thank you, young Master Yang. Feel free to visit my Li clan when you're free." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the man and woman. "From today onwards, both of you are not to leave the Li clan for the next 5 years." He waved his hand once he finished speaking, and the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to sit down on the ground again when he suddenly looked towards the distance. A woman in a white dress had suddenly appeared there. She wore a white dress, had a slender figure, and beautiful hair that hung down to her shoulders. There was a white veil over her face, so her appearance was hidden. There were 2 swords hanging on her waist. She walked slowly towards Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for her to arrive just 30 m away from Yang Yi. She looked him in the eyes, and then she stretched out her right hand. "Give it back to me." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1728, World Ripper. Yang Yi was quite stunned. He was certain that he didn't know her at all. Yang Yi sized up the woman and asked, "I owe you something?" She looked him in the eyes. "You took something that doesn't belong to you." Yang Yi frowned. "Can you make it a little clearer?" "The wooden sword." She gazed at Yang Yi. "That wooden sword doesn't belong to you." "The wooden sword." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected her to actually be here for the wooden sword. "It belongs to her?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I got it from the Wu clan." She replied, "My secret sect left it in the Wu clan." Yang Yi shook his head. "I need proof," she said. "Tell it to show itself, and you'll get your proof." Yang Yi glanced at her, thought for a moment, and then he summoned Snowy. Snowy was holding the wooden sword when she emerged from the primordial pagoda. Presently, Snowy had gotten addicted to playing with the wooden sword, so it never left her claws. The reason he was cooperating was because he wanted to find out about the wooden sword's origins. Of course, he wouldn't feel any regret if it chose her in the end. Presently, he refused to utilize any external sources of strength unless he had to, and he refused to let himself become reliant upon any external sources of strength. Moreover, he was certain that the wooden sword wouldn't choose to go with her. What a joke. The wooden sword was so close to Snowy. Or it should be said that the wooden sword obeyed everything that Snowy said. Moreover, he had the primordial pagoda too. So, unless the wooden sword's real owner showed himself or herself, it would never leave. After Snowy appeared here, she glanced at the surroundings, blinked, and then wrapped her claws around Yang Yi's neck before rubbing her head lightly against Yang Yi's chin. The woman's gaze had been on the wooden sword, but she couldn't help but glance at Snowy, who was completely white as snow. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently, and then he gazed at the wooden sword which was floating in front of him. Suddenly, the woman formed a strange seal with her hands, and then a dragon roar resounded. As soon as the dragon roar resounded, the wooden sword floated over to her and trembled slightly. Snowy kept blinking as she watched this scene. Meanwhile, the woman's lips parted, and she seemed to be saying something to the wooden sword, and the wooden sword was shaking slightly as if it was conversing with her. A short while passed before a sword howl resounded from the wooden sword, and then it flew over to Snowy before starting to converse with her. A while later, Snowy suddenly grabbed the wooden sword and wrapped her arms around it. After that, she glared angrily at the woman and seemed like she intended to fight the woman to the death. Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he took Snowy in his arms. "What's going on?" Snowy seemed to have found her savior, and she started to wave her little claws about and even pointed at the woman while she waved them about. A short while passed before Yang Yi came to an understanding. The wooden sword wanted to go with her. Yang Yi gazed at the wooden sword. He hadn't expected that it would actually want to go with her. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in a white dress. "Why does it want to go with you?" She glanced at Yang Yi, gazed at Snowy, and then replied, "Both of you can't keep it, because it has to complete its mission." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Its mission?" She replied, "It's staying in this world because of its mission. Now, we need it." Suddenly, Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she started waving her claws about swiftly. It was obvious what she wanted. She didn't want the wooden sword to go. Yang Yi rubbed her head and was about to speak, but the wooden sword suddenly started trembling. A short while passed before Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and started waving her claws again. A short while later, Yang Yi frowned and said, "It says that it wants us to go with it, and it'll stay with you once it has completed its mission?" Snowy nodded rapidly. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "We can't go now." He hadn't dealt with the Yang clan yet, so he couldn't go anywhere else. Snowy's eyes instantly turned moist when she heard Yang Yi, and she seemed like she would cry at any moment. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Oh, you." He gazed at the woman and asked, "Is it very urgent?" She glanced at Yang Yi. "I'm really curious about why it's actually willing to stay with you. Based on the baleful and murderous aura you have, it should feel extreme aversion to you." "It's my charm." Yang Yi spoke seriously. "Do you understand what that is? It's my charm that won her over." The woman spoke indifferently. "If it's shamelessness, then yes. As for charm, I don't think so." Yang Yi was rendered speechless. Suddenly, she said, "Face an attack of mine." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She said, "Let me see if you're qualified to come to the secret sect with it." Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Snowy. The latter was very sensible, and she immediately grabbed the wooden sword and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand. "Bring it." He didn't act carelessly, nor did he dare to, because he couldn't sense her cultivation and aura at all. Moreover, she was related to the wooden sword, so how could she be ordinary? The woman nodded slightly, and then she took a step forward before placing her hands on the two swords hanging from her waist. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes, and then her lips parted. "World Ripper." As soon as she finished speaking, her swords swiftly left their sheaths. Hiss! The sound of something being torn apart resounded. It was like the sound of a scissor cutting through cloth. After that, Yang Yi was suddenly pushed backwards repeatedly, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before the city walls of Sword Immortal City. Bang! The entire city shook violently. At the same time, a spatial rift had appeared between Yang Yi and the woman. The spatial extended from the ground up into the clouds, and it seemed like it had sliced open a hole in space that linked the heavens and the earth. Visit Me for extra chapters. Everyone looked in Yang Yi's direction. There was a wisp of extremely obvious scarlet red on the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi lost? Such a thought ran through the minds of all the spectators. Meanwhile, Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the woman in a white dress. "You try an attack of mine too." As soon as he finished speaking, The woman immediately frowned slightly, and then her swords left their sheaths again. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then the woman appeared 3 kilometers away. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "What's the name of that technique?" Yang Yi replied, "Split second." "Split second." She nodded slightly. "It's a very strong technique, and it has a huge amount of space to grow." Yang Yi walked closer to her and said, "How do I get to the secret sect?" She pondered deeply for a moment, and then she flipped her right palm. A small blue stone appeared before Yang Yi. "A teleportation formation will appear once you crush this. It'll transport you to the secret sect's entrance." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't say another word. She just turned around and left. Yang Yi glanced at the blue stone in his grasp, and then he put it away. Actually, if it was up to him, he wouldn't go to the secret sect. However, he was willing to do so for Snowy. If it was too troublesome to deal with, then he intended to flee with Snowy and the wooden sword. Based on his current strength, even 10 true realm experts couldn't stop him from escaping. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he sat down cross-legged. After that, he withdrew 2 energy pearls and started to recover his profound energy. That attack just now had exhausted too much of his profound energy. Even though Split Second was strong, it exhausted a huge amount of profound energy too. Fortunately, he had Snowy with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to stay here and keep fighting. The veil of night gradually vanished. It didn't take long for the first glimmer of dawn to arrive. A short while later, a ray of sunlight descended onto Yang Yi. Actually, the night hadn't been peaceful at all. After the woman in the white dress had left, many others had arrived below the city walls. However, practically all their heads were arranged below the city walls right now. There were at least 500 heads there. If one walked closer, it simply seemed like a small hill of heads. Some amongst those who came for his head had decisively chosen to leave after seeing those heads. They left without the slightest hesitation. Yang Yi didn't pursue those people. However, when it came to those who attacked him, he didn't show mercy at all, and he annihilated every single one of them. That was exactly why the ground before Yang Yi had turned red when dawn arrived. It had been dyed red with blood. The spectators on the city walls were still there. They were still waiting for more to come and try to kill Yang Yi. As far as they were concerned, it was a rare opportunity for them to watch battles. They hoped even more people came to kill Yang Yi, and they hoped to watch Yang Yi kill even more. Everyone liked to watch a show. Time trickled by. Noon. A point in the distant sky suddenly trembled, and then a man in a beautiful robe appeared there. An instant later, the man had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi. He wore a violet embroidered robe. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be around the age of 25. His appearance was only ordinary, but he had a very calm and confident bearing. Suddenly, someone on the city walls exclaimed with shock, "It's him. My God, it's actually him. He's actually here to kill Yang Yi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1729. Bite Me. Someone on the city walls asked, "Who is that?" "The second on the Milky Way rankings, Ingmu." Someone explained, "He's the Ing clan's successor, Ingmu. He's an extraordinary genius on the second position on the Milky Way rankings too." The Ing clan. It was the Ing clan's successor, Ingmu. Everyone on the city walls had shock in their eyes. They hadn't expected even the Ing clan's successor to come. They expected a fierce battle. A truly fierce battle. Even though they didn't know how strong Yang Yi really was, based on the strength head revealed just now, Yang Yi was extremely strong. But Ingmu was no ordinary expert as well. He wasn't just the Ing clan's successor. He was ranked at the second position on the Milky Way rankings. It was obvious that if they fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Yang Yi stood up. Had heard the spectators. Even he hadn't expected that the Ing clan's successor would come. Ingmu suddenly said, "Not long ago, a member of my Ying clan died at your hands, right? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Ingmu took a step forward and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Is a member of my Ying clan someone that you can kill? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he looked Ingmu in the eyes. Bite me. A wisp of ghastly coldness flashed through Ingmu's eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. At the same time that he vanished, Yang Yi vanished as well. Bang! As soon as they vanished, a deafening explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi and Ingmu were blasted backwards. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive right before the city walls, and Ingmu was pushed over 3 kilometers away. A pitch-black iron rod had suddenly appeared in Ingmu's grasp. Ingmu glanced at the iron rod, and he noticed a mark on it. He fell silent for an instant, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. You have some ability. No wonder you dare to act so arrogantly. He stomped his right foot down once he finished speaking. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. It wasn't just the ground. Even the people in Sword Immortal City could feel tremors. Ingmu relied on the counterforce to appear in front of Yang Yi, and then his iron rod slammed down towards Yang Yi's head. He hadn't utilized any techniques, and it was just a simple strike. However, it seemed to contain boundless strength, and the space around Yang Yi was cracked apart. Yang Yi glanced at Ingmu. His expression remained calm as he stabbed his sword forward. Head never feared to fight anyone in direct combat. Boom! As soon as sword and rod collided, an explosion resounded, and then Ingmu was blasted away. As for Yang Yi, the ground beneath him collapsed over 30 m deep. Head transferred all the force to the ground. So, the ground beneath him had collapsed. True. Yang Yi glanced at Ingmu. Ingmu had comprehended the essence of true. That attack Ingmu just executed wasn't flashy at all. It just contained strength, pure strength. If it was in the past, he would have definitely been incapable of resisting it. Ingmu took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to have resisted his attack with such ease. Head underestimated Yang Yi. He fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again, and then his iron rod shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's sword arrived before it as soon as it stabbed forward. Yang Yi's sword struck the tip of the rod. In an instant, an ear-piercing explosion resounded. Both of them were blasted backwards repeatedly, but Yang Yi stopped after being pushed just over 10 m back, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Ingmu. Actually, many hadn't been able to notice this scene at all. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi's speed or Ingmu's speed, it had arrived at their limits. So, many couldn't see their movements at all. Ingmu's expression changed slightly when he saw Yang Yi charge at him. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to disperse the force of the collision with such ease. He didn't have the time to think, and he just twisted his wrist. In an instant, countless rod images appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword arrived. Bang! The rod images were blasted into bits, and then Ingmu was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared before him, and a sword immediately stabbed towards his forehead. Ferocity flashed through Ingmu's eyes. He grabbed the rod with both hands and slammed it down. Boom! Crack! A loud explosion resounded, and the space around them cracked open. At the same time, Yang Yi and Ingmu were blasted backwards again. An instant later, Yang Yi had stopped himself. A savage smile curled up on his lips as he gazed at Ingmu, who was still being pushed backwards, and then he appeared in front of Ingmu before swinging his sword. Ingmu's pupils constricted because Yang Yi didn't give even the slightest chance to catch his breath. Ingmu didn't have time to think, and he just raised his rod with both hands to block Yang Yi's attack. He hadn't swung it at Yang Yi because the force created from such a collision would be too great, and Yang Yi's ability to disperse the force acting on himself was much better than him. So, if Ingmu continued to attack like that, he would be the one who would be at a disadvantage. So, Head blocked Yang Yi's attack instead. Bang! Blocking Yang Yi's attack blasted him almost 6 kilometers away. However, his foot hadn't even touched the ground when Yang Yi appeared in front of him. An instant later, the tip of a sword arrived in front of his forehead just like before. It was swift to the limit. Just like that, Ingmu was completely suppressed in battle. In just a few breaths of time, head been forced over 30 kilometers back. Ingmu didn't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, everyone started doubting Ingmu. They doubted if he was the real Ingmu, and they doubted if he really was that Ingmu who was ranked at the second position on the Milky Way rankings. In their hearts, the top 5 on the Milky Way rankings were like gods. Yet now, Ingmu actually couldn't even fight back against Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Ingmu were still fighting fiercely. However, Ingmu could only defend himself now. Yang Yi's rhythm of attacks were too swift, and it was to the point that Ingmu didn't even have the chance to catch his breath. Just like that, an entire quarter of an hour passed. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying. It wasn't Ingmu but Yang Yi. What's going on? Everyone gazed at Ingmu. At this moment, a beast that looked quite savage had appeared before Ingmu. The beast was shaped like a tiger, and it had 2 sharp horns that seemed like the horns of a bull. Besides that, there were 3 extremely long tails behind it. The tails were around 15 m long, but the beast itself was only around 30 m long. Yang Yi glanced at his left hand. At this moment, he was almost unable to feel it. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at the beast while a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. What is that thing? Roar. Suddenly, the beast roared with fury at Yang Yi, and then it leaped up and pounced at Yang Yi. It was extremely swift, and it was even faster than Ingmu. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He immediately stomped his right foot down and transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot at the beast. He hadn't chosen to dodge, nor was he able to, because the beast was absolutely swift. Not only was it fast, it was quite large, so he couldn't evade it at all. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the city walls shook violently and almost collapsed. The spectators looked down. At this moment, Yang Yi was below the city walls, and a huge human-shaped impression could be seen above him. Yang Yi's figure had slammed against the wall. Fortunately, the city walls were extremely strong. Otherwise, it may have collapsed from the collision. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the beast. That beast is really strong. Meanwhile, Ingmu suddenly laughed coldly. How laughable! Yang Yi, that's my Ing clan's guardian beast, the vile tiger. It's born with divine strength, yet you're actually going head-on against it? How laughable! Yang Yi gazed at Ingmu. So the second on the Milky Way rankings is such trash like you. Calling for help because you're no match for me? TSK, TSK, what an embarrassment. The eyes of many carried traces of disdain as they gazed at Ingmu. After all, it was an embarrassment to call for help after losing in a one-on-one battle. Ingmu's face was quite unsightly, but it didn't take long for his face to return to normal. He said, Yang Yi, I'm not here to fight you in single combat. You killed a member of my Ing clan, so it's no different than going against my Ing clan. I'm here to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the vile tiger immediately pounced at Yang Yi. As for Ingmu himself, he charged at Yang Yi as well. Acting shamelessly? So long as he killed Yang Yi, would anyone call him shameless? History was always written by the victor. Help! A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he waved his right hand. Cheong-Chi instantly appeared in front of him, and then Cheong-Chi charged at the tiger. Bang! Cheong-Chi and the tiger slammed against each other, and then the tiger was blasted away. As for Ingmu, he was blasted 3 kilometers away by a swing of Yang Yi's sword. Cheong-Chi and the vile tiger entered into combat, but it only took a while for the tiger to be completely suppressed in battle. Yang Yi glanced at Cheong-Chi. His strength has improved quite a bit, but it made sense because while he was growing, Cheong-Chi was growing too. Suddenly, Cheong-Chi grabbed 2 of the tiger's tails, and then he dragged it along as he charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. He didn't try to move away, and it only took an instant for Cheong-Chi and the tiger to enter the primordial pagoda. Perfect! A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Ingmu stared at Yang Yi. What did you do to it? Yang Yi glanced at Ingmu. He was just about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Ingmu. Ingmu gazed at the old man and exclaimed with surprise, Third uncle? What are you doing here? The old man paid no attention to Ingmu. He just gazed at Yang Yi. "We'll give you 3 breaths of time to hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make dying a dream for you." Yang Yi started walking in the old man's direction. "Let me help you count. 1, 2. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1730. Kill until none are left. Compromise? Of course not. Yang Yi was very well aware of how the clans acted. They were used to being in a position of superiority, so compromising with them would make them think that you fear them. At that time, they would try to take a yard. So, he couldn't make a compromise. Once he did, the potential troubles were endless. Yang Yi gazed at the old man while a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. 3. The old man stared at Yang Yi. "Looks like killing a few true realm experts has made you overestimate your ability." He took a step forward once he finished speaking, and he was about to attack. However, the old man's expression changed, and then he vanished on the spot. He was over 1 kilometer away when his figure appeared again. However, as soon as he stopped there, he hadn't even been able to catch his breath when a ray of ghastly cold light assaulted him. The old man's pupils constricted slightly, and he vanished on the spot again. Hiss! The old man's figure vanished on the spot, but one of his arms hadn't left with him. Yang Yi didn't attack again. He withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them, and then he gazed at the old man. There was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. Both the attacks he just executed were split seconds, but he still hadn't been able to kill the old man. The old man's strength was at the 3rd stage of the True Realm at least. 2 split seconds weren't able to kill 3rd stage True Realm experts, and it could only heavily injure them. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "I have to get even stronger." Split second had a huge amount of space to grow, and he knew that he had to make it stronger. The old man from the Ying clan glanced at his arm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, there was no contempt in his eyes, and there was only solemnness. If he hadn't reacted quickly, those 2 attacks may have taken his head. They were swift. They were so swift that they posed a huge threat even to him. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I didn't expect your strength to be at such a level. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think that you can fight my Ying clan with just that?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Fight your Ying clan? Old man, it's your Ying clan that came looking for trouble with me." "What? Only your Ying clan's members can kill me, but I can't kill them?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I don't care about that. All I know is that anyone who dares to touch a member of my Ying clan must die." Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his hand and pointed his sword at the old man. "Come give it a try." A vicious glow flashed through the old man's eyes. He stretched his hand forward and suddenly clenched it. In an instant, a huge fist that was 300 m wide flashed out from the expanse of space before him, and it slammed down at Yang Yi. But at the moment the huge fist appeared, the old man's expression changed drastically, and then the huge fist instantly shattered. After that, the old man's figure stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind the old man, and his sword had been exchanged for the wooden sword. The wooden sword. He didn't want to use external sources of strength, but that depended on the circumstances. He wasn't afraid to fight the old man to the death, and he was even 50% confident that he could kill the old man. However, that wasted too much time, and he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. He couldn't afford to suffer injuries right now, because many people were still targeting him. If he was heavily injured, those people would definitely stop hesitating and swarm him. So, he chose to use the wooden sword. Something worth mentioning was that after he promised to take the wooden sword to the secret sect, the wooden sword stopped rejecting him that much. Besides that, he could use it 3 times in a month now. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, that was good news. Many people in the surroundings hadn't realized what had just happened. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and then the old man's head fell off his neck. The spectators were stunned by this scene. He's dead? A true realm expert of the Ying clan was killed just like that? As for Ingmu, His eyes were filled with disbelief, because his third uncle was a peak third-stage true realm expert. Yet now, his third uncle was dead just like that. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Ing Mu. The latter's expression changed, and he retreated 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was stunned. That fellow is that afraid of me? Haha. Many spectators couldn't help but roar with laughter. Ing Mu's expression became extremely unsightly. Actually, he thought Yang Yi was about to attack him. Because Yang Yi's attacks were extremely swift, Head instinctively moved 3 kilometers back. But he hadn't expected that Yang Yi hadn't attacked. So, he was in an embarrassing position. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Tell the person in charge of your Ing clan that I don't want to offend the Ing clan, but I'm not afraid of it as well. If the Ing clan wants to kill me like the Yang clan does, then feel free to come at me." Ing Mu laughed coldly. "Yang Yi, who do you think you are?" Just because. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Ing Mu. "Say another word, and you don't have to leave today." Ing Mu's face froze, but he didn't dare to speak a word. He just grunted coldly and vanished on the spot. After he watched Yang Yi kill his third uncle, he didn't have the courage to continue fighting Yang Yi in single combat, especially when Yang Yi was holding such a powerful weapon. Actually, Yang Yi wasn't able to kill Ing Mu right now, because that previous attack had completely exhausted the profound energy he just recovered. Unfortunately, Ing Mu wasn't aware of that. Of course, he couldn't kill Yang Yi even if he was aware of that. After all, Yang Yi had Xiongqi with him. After Ing Mu left, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and immersed his mind into his body. His divine sense swept the primordial pagoda, and he was stunned because he didn't notice the vile tiger anywhere. Xiongqi suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and asked, "You're looking for that demon beast from before?" Yang Yi nodded. "Where did that fellow go?" Xiongqi pointed at his stomach. "It's in here." Yang Yi was speechless. Xiongqi said, "It was in the true realm. So, devouring its energy will allow me to improve my own strength." Yang Yi smiled. "It's fine. It isn't a big deal." Xiongqi glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "Be careful. The Ing clan will definitely not let the matter rest." Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi replied, "I know." Xiongqi said, "Kid, your path is still a very long one, and you have a precious treasure in your possession. So, your path is bound to not be easy. The Yang clan may just be the beginning, and the true difficulties are still to come." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongqi vanished on the spot. "It's still to come." Yang Yi took a deep breath. He refused to think about the future for now. The important matter at hand was to think about how to get through the current difficulties he was facing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to return to the outside world. At this moment, he didn't dare to get distracted, because someone may launch a surprise attack against him at any moment. After he withdrew 2 energy pearls and consumed them, Yang Yi started to recover his profound energy. He still couldn't leave now, because he hadn't killed enough. The amount he killed was far from sufficient. If he wanted to make the world dare not look for trouble with him, then he had to kill a huge amount, an extremely huge amount. Stop killing with killing. The news of how Yang Yi instantly annihilated true realm experts was intentionally spread by some, and it swiftly swept towards the surroundings. In the end, fewer and fewer came to look for Yang Yi. At the very least, those without the ability to kill true realm experts didn't dare to come looking for him. However, some refused to believe that Yang Yi was that strong, and they were still rushing to Sword Immortal City. Wealth could cloud one's judgment. There were also some who were confident in their own ability. As far as they were concerned, the news about Yang Yi instantly killing true realm experts was definitely just an exaggeration. So, they came to fight him. There were people coming for Yang Yi at practically every moment. Yang Yi didn't refuse any challengers, and he killed them all. Just like that, more and more heads were piled up outside Sword Immortal City. At this point, there were over 2,000 heads there, and a huge area in front of Yang Yi had turned blood red. It was dyed red with blood? Time tricked by. 3 days later, there were over 10,000 heads below the city walls. The heads belonged to Rebirth Realm experts, Zenith Realm experts, and even True Realm experts. Moreover, there were quite a bit of True Realm experts amongst them. The atmosphere throughout the city was quite oppressive. How long is Yang Yi going to kill for? Everyone on the city walls had the same question in their minds. 5 days later, there were over 30,000 heads piled up outside the city, and the ground there had turned completely blood red while the smell of blood filled the air throughout the city. Something worth mentioning was that fewer and fewer were coming to look for Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi's deeds in Sword Immortal City had spread through the medium universe. However, after they were spread, they became slightly exaggerated. For example, the over 30,000 heads piled up, there had become over 100,000. Yang Yi was seated cross-legged below the city walls, and the sword precursor was stabbed in the ground before him. Time trickled by. During this period, some people had appeared outside the city, but they immediately turned around and left after seeing the pile of heads behind Yang Yi. There were also some who entered the city and went up the city walls. How many more does Yang Yi intend to kill? How many more do I intend to kill? YY had asked the same question to himself, but he didn't have an answer. In the past, Head kept a very low profile, so just about anyone dared to come looking for trouble with him. Yet now, he intended to make a show of strength. He wanted the world to be aware of his strength, and he wanted them to be very well aware that if they dared to look for trouble with him, then they should be prepared to lose their heads. The facts proved that it was quite an effective method, because at this point in time, there were truly few who came to challenge him, and there were practically no more than 5 that came every day. Suddenly, a woman appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed at the woman, and then he frowned. It's you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1731. The Old Man in Taoist Robes. It was none other than young Lianshuang. But at this moment, her entire body was covered in mist, so others couldn't discern her appearance at all. Yang Yi asked, "What are you doing here?" She glanced at the heads behind Yang Yi and said, "What do you feel after killing so many?" "Feel?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I don't feel anything," she said, "treating life like grass. That's the type of person you are." Yang Yi shook his head. "I have my own principles when I kill. They died because they wanted to kill me. Those who kill should be prepared to be killed." "What about you?" she asked. "Are you prepared to be killed?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You didn't come here just to talk nonsense, right?" She replied, "You don't have to continue killing." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "I just got used to it." Her eyelids twitched. "Have you gotten addicted to killing?" "Addicted?" Yang Yi was stunned. It didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy, because he noticed that he actually did feel a slight rush when he killed. "Have I really gotten addicted to killing? If that's true, then aren't I a little abnormal? Don't worry too much about it." Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "Your slaughter intent is at the zenith rank, so it's very normal that you feel something different when you kill." Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Lianshuang continued, "I came here to tell you that you've achieved your objective. Presently, everyone in the medium universe knows your name. At this moment, there aren't many who dare to come looking for you. Even the other 7 clans have strictly prohibited their disciples from coming for you." Yang Yi nodded. "No wonder there haven't been many in the last few days. What about the Yang clan? Has the Yang clan done anything?" She fell silent. Yang Yi asked, "What?" She replied, "The Yang clan is very quiet." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "It hasn't made any moves. However, if I'm not wrong, one of the 2 ancestors of the Yang clan has definitely emerged from his closed-door cultivation." Yang Yi asked, "An expert at the 6th stage of the true realm?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "Yang Shao and the others dare not come for you, and they dare not touch me. It's probably because they are waiting for that ancestor of the clan. Once he emerges from his closed-door cultivation, it'll be much easier for them to kill us." Yang Yi asked, "You're no match for that ancestor of the Yang clan?" She glanced indifferently at him and said, "I can if I'm given another 3 years. But now, he'll definitely die if I face him in battle. It's the same for you." Yang Yi said, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Lianshuang replied, "What else? Grow stronger. There's another reason why I came to look for you, and it's because I wanted to tell you that you can go to a place." Yang Yi asked, "What place?" "An ancient ruin." She continued, "A newly discovered ancient ruin." Yang Yi asked, "An ancient ruin?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "It was left behind by a true ancient cultivator." "An ancient cultivator?" Yang Yi fell silent. If he wasn't wrong, the old man in Taoist robes was an ancient cultivator too. Yang Yi remained silent for a while before he gazed at Yang Lianshuang, who discovered it. "The 8 clans." Yang Lianshuang continued, "The 8 clans have always been searching for ruins left behind by ancient cultivators, and they've been constantly launching expeditions, increasing their territory, and subduing worlds. Actually, their true objective is to find ruins left behind by those ancient cultivators." Yang Yi frowned. "They want to take the path that others have taken?" Yang Lianshuang shook her head. "It's not good to think like that. The path of cultivation is a never-ending path. Those ancient cultivators are ahead of us, and they know more than us. So, obtaining their inheritance will allow us to rely on their experience to perfect ourselves and improve ourselves. Otherwise, if we rely on ourselves to find our path, how long would it take? Take yourself as an example. The reason you were able to grow to such an extent in such a short while was probably because you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, right?" "A fortuitous encounter?" Yang Yi nodded. If he hadn't heard the conversation between the unfettered one and Li Taibai, his sword Dao would probably still be at the level it was once at. As for his strength, even if it had grown, it wouldn't have grown to such an extent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "Besides the inheritances of those ancient cultivators, there are the treasures they left behind. Many true rank treasures we have were left behind by those ancient cultivators, and there even are treasures above the true rank." Treasures above the true rank. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite tempted. Even though he didn't want to rely on treasures now, it was during normal times. But only a fool wouldn't utilize treasures when facing enemies who weren't normal. Just like how he used the wooden sword when facing true realm experts at the 3rd stage or above. Yang Lianshuang said, "We can't miss this opportunity. So we must go." Yang Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. "I'm worried that the Yang clan will act against Merak's system." "You don't have to worry about that." She continued, "My people will protect it in secret. If Yang Shao sends his forces there, my forces will act against them. So long as those 2 ancestors of the Yang clan don't interfere, my forces are able to deal with Yang Shao's forces." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "You probably have many people supporting you in the Yang clan, and your forces in the Yang clan must be huge too. Why don't you just rebel against them?" Yang Lianshuang shook her head. "Even if I kill Yang Shao, it wouldn't make a difference unless I gain the approval of those 2 ancestors. However, they won't agree to let me become the Yang clan's patriarch." Yang Yi asked, "So you intend to kill them?" Yang Lianshuang replied with a question, "What else can I do?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Amazing." Yang Lianshuang didn't say anything in response. She waved her right hand, and a map appeared before Yang Yi. "This is the location of the ancient ruin. The 8 clans will open it in 3 days from now, and their disciples will be allowed to enter it. I believe that based on your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to sneak in." She paused for a moment and continued, "Be careful there." Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, "It's dangerous?" "Of course." Yang Lianshuang continued, "It's extremely dangerous. You'll know once you get there." She turned around and vanished into the distance. Once she left, Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for quite some time before turning around and entering the city. The expressions of many on the city walls changed when they saw Yang Yi enter the city. Their eyes were filled with fear as they gazed at him, and they were absolutely afraid that he would draw his sword and kill them out of anger. After he entered the city, Yang Yi vanished from their fields of vision. Yang Yi went to the Grand Immortal Pavilion. On the 4th floor, the mysterious woman said, "Young Master Yang, you're not welcome in Sword Immortal City." Yang Yi nodded. "They'll leave. But I'd like to ask for your help before I do. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." She replied, "I refuse." Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. "Then I want leave." She fell silent for a long time before she said, "So you're going to be shameless?" Yang Yi chuckled. "I just want a small favor from you." "Seriously, it's very simple," she said. "Tell me what it is." Yang Yi said, "I'll leave Sword Immortal City. However, I hope that you don't tell anyone that I've left." His goal was very simple. He wanted the Yang clan to think that he was still in Sword Immortal City. In that way, the Yang clan would be afraid, and it wouldn't dare to rashly act against Merak's system. Otherwise, once the Yang clan found out that he was in the ancient ruin, it was very likely that they would send their forces to Merak's system. It wasn't a matter of having trust in Yang Lianshuang. He didn't really know her well, but he could sense that someone like her was extremely proud. Such a person would disdain to lie. However, he refused to place all his hopes on her. So, he wanted the Yang clan to think that he was still in Sword Immortal City. The woman fell silent for a while, and then she said, "All right." Yang Yi cupped his fist in the direction of the screen. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Suddenly, she said, "You're leaving just like that?" Yang Yi stopped and asked, "Why?" She replied, "I helped you. So aren't you supposed to owe me a favor?" Yang Yi felt speechless. In the end, Yang Yi agreed to owe her a favor, and then he snuck out of Sword Immortal City. In the starry sky, Yang Yi found a safe place and entered the primordial pagoda. Training. His split second wasn't at its limits at all, and it had a huge amount of space to grow. So, he intended to train and try his best to improve its strength. There were no shortcuts when it came to training. Yang Yi kept swinging his sword every single day, over and over again. He only stopped when he couldn't feel his arm, and then he used the primordial violet energy to heal himself. Just like that, Yang Yi trained madly every single day, and a month passed. Throughout this month, Yang Yi only did a single thing all day, and it was swinging his sword. Swinging his sword incessantly. Now, he could launch 12 attacks in a breath of time, and every single one of them had 21 attacks overlapped within them. Even though it was merely just an extra one, the might of his attacks had increased by 30% at least. Moreover, launching 12 attacks in a breath of time represented that his speed had increased quite a bit. This month of mad training hadn't just improved both his strength and speed. Head gained one other thing. He felt that his reaction speed had improved, and it was much faster than before. In short, Head improved tremendously in this month. Yang Yi stopped training, and he left the primordial pagoda, because the ancient ruin was being opened today. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned and entered the primordial pagoda. He went to the second level because the divining flame wanted to speak with him. When he met the divining flame spoke solemnly. "I sense Master's aura." The old man in Taoist robes. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1732. Strange. Very strange. The master of the divining flame was the original owner of the pagoda, of course. The old man in Taoist robes has arrived? This was the first thought that appeared in Yang Ye's head. Meanwhile, the divining flame said, "He isn't here." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Didn't you say that you sensed his aura?" The divining flame replied, "It may be his aura that he left behind in this medium universe, and it isn't him. If it was him, he would have come for us." Aura he left behind? Yang Yi frowned slightly. "You're saying that he stayed in the medium universe in the past?" "Of course." The divining flame said, "They comprehended and attained the Tao in the small universe, and then left the small universe for the medium universe. Of course, it wasn't called the medium universe then. He wasn't the only one. Many other ancient cultivators had once resided in the medium universe. In the end, some left, but some may have not left." He paused for a moment and continued, "The aura I just spoke of may have appeared because his old abode in the medium universe was discovered." An abode. Yang Yi was stunned. Is it that ancient ruin that Yang Lianshuang spoke of? It was left behind by the old man in Taoist robes? Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Do you know its location?" The divining flame replied, "I don't." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Weren't you by his side? Why don't you know?" "It has been too long." The divining flame said, "Moreover, my consciousness hadn't fully formed at that time. So, I know very little about the medium universe." Yang Yi asked, "Can you follow the aura and find the abode?" "I can't." The divining flame explained. "The aura appeared just now, but it vanished a moment later." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, "Let's put it aside for now and head to that ancient ruin." He vanished from the primordial pagoda. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. Over 1,000,000 kilometers away from Sword Immortal City was a mountain. The mountain was over 30 kilometers tall and stretched from over 50 kilometers. It was eternally covered in mist, so its true form was impossible to discern. It was called Moment Mountain. It was where the ancient ruin was discovered by the 8 clans, and it was Yang Yi's destination. The 8 clans hadn't notified the public of their discovery. It was naturally because they wanted to keep it for themselves. Of course, even if others found out, they wouldn't dare to try and get in while the 8 clans had joined forces. At the foot of Moment Mountain, there were 8 old men here. All of them were true realm experts. There was a thin blue barrier of light not too far away from them, and it was right before a cave entrance. At this moment, there was a gap in the barrier. Meanwhile, all 8 of them attacked once more. 8 beams of light that were in various different colors slammed against the barrier. Boom! The barrier shook violently, but it didn't shatter, but more cracks had appeared on it. They continued their assault. Around an hour later, a loud explosion suddenly resounded through the silence of Moment Mountain, and then the entire mountains shook violently while the barrier of light shattered. Another hour later, rays of light surged over through the sky, and then figures descended before the 8 old men. There were over 30 of them, and all of them were at the age of 30 or below. They were the successors, young masters, and young misses of the 8 clans. Suddenly, an old man in luxurious robes gazed at an old man in violet robes. "Yang Lin, is your clan's Yang Yi not coming?" "Yang Yi." Everyone gazed at Yang Lin when they heard this name. Presently, everyone throughout the medium universe had heard of Yang Yi's name, especially Yang Yi's deeds outside Sword Immortal City. It had shocked the entire medium universe. However, many were looking at Yang Lin right now, but most of their eyes had amusement and ridicule in them. The Yang clan had 2 geniuses, Yang Lianshuang and Yang Yi, but they were very well aware that the Yang clan's relationship with both those geniuses wasn't very good. There was no need to mention their relationship with Yang Yi, as it was obvious that it would only end with the death of one party. There was no room for reconciliation. As for Yang Lianshuang, it was common knowledge that the rules set by the Yang clan's ancestor prohibited a female patriarch. Actually, it was very normal, and they understood it well, because their own clans didn't allow it either. Women would be married off in the end. Once they were married, wouldn't the Yang clan belong to someone else? Even though the likelihood of that was quite small, the Yang clan wouldn't take that risk. However, Yang Lianshuang's natural talent was too great, and she was too strong. She was so strong that the Yang clan was barely able to suppress her. It was exactly the most depressing thing that the Yang clan faced. If Yang Lianshuang was male, then she would definitely be the next patriarch. Unfortunately, she wasn't, and it was exactly why irreconcilable conflict arose between Yang Lianshuang and many higher-ups of the Yang clan. Needless to say, the Yang clan was quite pitiable. It had 2 peerless geniuses, but both couldn't be of use to the Yang clan. While it was a pity for the Yang clan, it was great news for the other clans. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. They wished for nothing more than to see the Yang clan engage in internal strife. Yang Lin's face was quite unsightly. He gazed at the old man in luxurious robes and replied, "Ingya, Yang Yi isn't a member of my Yang clan anymore. Right? I heard 2 members of the Ying clan have died at his hands, but your Ying clan hasn't done anything about it. That isn't like your Ying clan." The old man called Ingya grunted coldly. "What? Your Yang clan can't deal with its own problems and needs my Ying clan to clean up for you?" Yang Lin spoke indifferently. "That's my Yang clan's business. Your Ying clan has no need to worry about it." Ingya laughed coldly. I'm afraid that the Yang clan will fail, and I'll even get overturned by Yang Yi. If that really does happen, then he'll definitely laugh my head off. Yang Lin spoke indifferently. Don't worry, your head will stay where it is. Yang Yi laughed coldly and didn't say a word. Actually, the Ying clan didn't fear Yang Yi, and it was confident in its ability to kill Yang Yi. But the Ying clan didn't do so, and it had decided against doing so. It was because it wanted the Yang clan and Yang Yi to engage in internal strife. Actually, the relationship between the Yang clan and Ying clan wasn't very good, and it was slightly related to Yang Yi as well. It was because Yang Yi's father had killed the successor of the Ying clan during his time. At that time, Yang Yi's father was famous throughout the medium universe, and even the Ying clan and Ku clan had to temporarily shrink back before him. They didn't dare to go head-on against him. So, the Ying clan had swallowed their grievances then, but it had never forgotten it. They felt that it was a humiliation for the Ying clan. So, it really hoped that problems would arise in the Yang clan. That was why the Ying clan hadn't taken revenge after Yang Yi killed 2 members of the Ying clan. Meanwhile, the Wu clan's elder stepped forward. There's no need to argue on such meaningless things. I have something to discuss with all of you. That barrier before us remained so strong even after being corroded by countless years of time. So, it's obvious how strong its original owner was. He paused for a moment and continued. So, I think that we should go in there with those little fellows. That would make it meaningless. The elder from the Ku clan spoke indifferently. I agree that the owner of this abode was definitely not an ordinary person. However, why have we asked these little fellows to come here? It isn't merely for the sake of fighting for treasures, it's mostly for the sake of tempering them. If we go with them, how will they temper themselves? The elder from the Lu clan nodded. I agree. We brought them here to temper themselves and not to play. Moreover, we can't avoid fighting if we go in there. I believe all of you don't want that to happen, right? The others nodded to display their agreement. The elder from the Wu clan and the other elders nodded as well, and then they moved aside. Meanwhile, Ying Ye glanced at the youths here. Remember that your fate is your own responsibility in there. If you die in there, we want to avenge you regardless of who killed you. It was an unspoken rule, because if they took revenge, it was very likely to cause war between the clans, and no one could afford that. The youths nodded. They didn't say a word and just flashed into the abode. After everyone entered the above, the elders of the 8 clans hid themselves within space. Once they left, some people appeared in the surroundings, and those people swiftly entered the abode as well. The 8 of them didn't stop those people. It was an unspoken rule as well. The 8 clans didn't try to keep everyone else out. After all, even if they were having the meat, they had to leave some soup for others. Otherwise, incurring public wrath wouldn't be beneficial to them at all, because those who were able to find out about the ancient ruin here were definitely not ordinary people. Time trickled by. During this time, some people were ceaselessly sneaking into the abode, and the 8 clans didn't stop them. Yang Yi had entered without a problem as well. As soon as he entered the cave, the divining flame's voice resounded in his mind. Kid, be careful. This place is slightly strange. No, it isn't just slightly strange, it's very strange. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1733, Evil Cultivators. Yang Yi stopped and hid in a corner. Yang Yi asked, Strange? The divining flame spoke solemnly. Very strange. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The divining flame replied solemnly. The aura of evil exists here. Yang Yi asked, The aura of evil? Be a little more specific. The divining flame spoke solemnly. Amongst the ancient cultivators were human cultivators, demon cultivators, devil cultivators, and evil cultivators. The evil cultivators were the most mysterious amongst them, and they specialized in diverting from the normal path. It was why they cultivated very quickly, but they were the most abnormal as well. After all, Only those who weren't normal would choose to do that. Yang Yi asked, "Tai's abode belongs to an evil cultivator?" The divining flame replied, "It's very likely. The reason I called it strange was because evil cultivators had practically gone extinct at that time." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The divining flame spoke solemnly. They incurred public wrath. The first group of evil cultivators had been able to cultivate very quickly due to the abnormal way they cultivated. So many followed them. This made many other cultivators become evil cultivators as well. However, they obtained strength through extreme methods, and such strength didn't last long. In the end, problems arose in all of them, and many of them paid with their lives. Yang Yi asked, "So, the other cultivators joined forces to annihilate them?" "Yes." The divining flame explained. "The first batch of evil cultivators were practically annihilated, so the rest couldn't escape death. After that, evil cultivators ceased to exist in the Milky Way system. But I never expected the aura of evil cultivators to exist here. Of course, most importantly, I sense Master's aura here as well." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. "You sense your Master's aura here?" The divining flame replied, "Yes. So it represents that he has been here. The old man in Taoist robes has been here." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Let's go have a look." He glanced at the surroundings once he finished speaking. After entering the cave, Yang Yi noticed that there was a world behind it, because he noticed that stars filled the area above him, and it represented that the entire mountain was empty. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot before moving forward. At this moment, he was covered in a black robe, coupled with the sword domain's ability to conceal him. Even a true realm expert couldn't discern his true appearance. Head put his sword away as well. He didn't want to expose himself unless he had no other choice. It was silent. All along the way, the surroundings were extremely quiet, and there hadn't been a single sound. When a place was quiet to such an extent, it was quite abnormal. Yang Yi remained vigilant at all times. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from Yang Yi's left. He stopped and shot a glance in that direction, but he didn't go over and just withdrew his gaze before continuing forward. He naturally didn't intend to be a busybody, nor did he have any intention to go watch. Only someone who had nothing better to do would draw trouble to oneself. Those who dared to come here should be prepared to die. Ruins had never been a safe place. Most importantly, the people here were usually the most dangerous. After walking for almost a quarter of an hour, Yang Yi suddenly frowned, because had heard no less than 10 shrill cries all along the way. The shrill cries carried boundless pain and terror. It didn't sound like the shrill cries which came from people who were being killed. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up towards the distance. There was a mire not too far away from him, and it was bubbling right now. A moment later, a rotting corpse stood up there. After that, it suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and slapped its palm at him. Yang Yi clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi was blasted 300 m back, but the corpse remained on the spot. What the heck is that? Yang Yi frowned. He hadn't expected the corpse to be that strong and blast him backward with a single slap. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed. He looked down at his left hand, and he noticed that it was decaying rapidly. Yang Yi was shocked. He quickly circulated primordial violet energy, and his hand was instantly repaired. Yang Yi looked up at the rotting corpse, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. Meanwhile, the corpse vanished on the spot, and it was in front of him when it appeared again. At the same time, it raised its shriveled-up hand and slammed its palm at him again. Bang! The space around Yang Yi shook violently before it. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he slammed his fist forward again. This time, he hadn't held back and used his full strength. Boom! As soon as palm and fist collided, Yang Yi was blasted over 100 m away again, and the rotting corpse was pushed over 30 m back. Yang Yi was truly shocked this time. It was actually that strong. Yang Yi gazed at the rotting corpse. While its body was rotting, its eyes were completely fine, but they were filled with viciousness. Meanwhile, the corpse shot explosively in his direction. Yang Yi's expression changed and was about to attack, but a ray of sword energy flashed. It was extremely swift and instantly slammed against the corpse's chest. Bang! The corpse was pushed backwards repeatedly, and it was pushed over 30 m before it finally stopped. However, there wasn't even a dent in its body. Yang Yi looked to his left. A woman had suddenly appeared there, and Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her. It was because he knew her. It was the Ku clan's Ku Zhui. Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi. Have we met? Why do you feel very familiar to me? Yang Yi was stunned, and he shook his head. We haven't. His voice sounded hoarse, and it was very different from his normal voice. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, This rotting corpse isn't ordinary, and there may be more ahead. How about we join forces? Yang Yi thought for a moment before he nodded, all right? Okay, attack. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the corpse. Yang Yi naturally didn't just watch. He charged at the corpse as well. After all, it was quite difficult for him to deal with this corpse without using his sword. However, the corpse didn't fall into a disadvantage at all while facing their joint forces. The main reason was its defenses. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi's fist or Ku Zui's sword, they weren't able to penetrate its defenses. At this moment, their faces became extremely solemn. Obviously, they hadn't expected the corpse to be that strong. A short while later, Yang Yi spoke solemnly, retreat. Head realized that he wouldn't be able to kill it without using his sword, because its defenses were countless times stronger than his own. If this battle continued, it would only be a waste of time and energy. Ku Zhui nodded. She didn't attack again, and just transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance. Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and shot off like an arrow that left the bow. However, the rotting corpse followed closely behind them, and it gradually showed signs of catching up to Ku Zhui. Because her speed was much inferior when compared to Yang Yi. Yang Yi's speed was being enhanced by the spatial laws and laws of speed, so even if he didn't use his sword to fly, his speed wasn't something that just anyone could compare to. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment when he saw it catching up to her, and then he turned around and charged at the rotting corpse. There was some conflict between him and the Ku clan, but his relationship with her wasn't bad. So, he couldn't just stand by idly and watch it catch up to her. Yang Yi was extremely swift. He instantly arrived before the rotting corpse and slammed his fist forward. Boom! The rotting corpse was blasted over 100 m away, and he was pushed over 30 m back as well. Moreover, cracks had appeared on his fist. Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi and asked, Are you all right? Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the corpse. Do you know what the heck that is? Ku Zhui shook her head. I don't know. However, it should be a being from the ancient times. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, What should we do now? Yang Yi cracked his neck and said, What else can we do? Since we can't outrun it, then we have to fight it. Ku Zhui was about to speak when the rotting corpse arrived before them. She hurriedly drew his sword while Yang Yi slammed his fist forward again. Bang! Boom! The rotting corpse was blasted 300 m away, but it wasn't harmed at all. At the same time, the vicious glow in its eyes grew stronger. Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi's left hand. At this moment, his hand was blood red because blood had seeped out from it after it cracked open from the collision. She fell silent for a moment, and then she flipped her right hand. A sword appeared before Yang Yi as she said, Use that sword. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw the sword, and then he shook his head, I don't know how to use a sword. She replied, You don't have to use sword techniques. Just swing it. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and he was just about to speak when the ground not too far away from them trembled. After that, a few dozen rotting corpses emerged from the ground. As soon as he saw the rotting corpse, Yang Yi was stunned, and then his face became extremely unsightly. He couldn't help but curse, fuck. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. Chapter 1734. There's something down there. There were an entire 35 rotting corpses before them. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui's scalps couldn't help but feel numb when faced with such a number. After all, just a single rotting corpse had been quite difficult to deal with for them, let alone 35. They didn't think about why there were so many rotting corpses here because they didn't have the time to think. Flee. Flee immediately. That was what ran through their minds at this moment, and it was what they did. They didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. At the moment he saw those 35 corpses, Yang Yi knew that he couldn't deal with them even if he drew his sword, because every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and it would be difficult to instantly kill them even if he used the wooden sword. Perhaps 2 successive attacks would be able to kill them. But he didn't have that much profound energy to last that many attacks. Flee. At this moment, Yang Yi and Ku Zhui raised their speed to their limits. However, Ku Zhui's speed was limited, so the rotting corpses were getting closer and closer to her. When they were about to catch up to her, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her. Yang Yi disregarded everything and just wrapped his left arm around her waist, and then he stomped his right foot down. He relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball with her. Ku Zhui's body had stiffened slightly. She was clearly not used to this, but she didn't resist. Yang Ye's speed decreased when bringing someone along with him, but it was still faster than the rotting corpses. Just like that, the distance between them and the corpses grew greater and greater. However, the rotting corpses behind them were still pursuing them and showed no signs of giving up. Both of their faces grew even more unsightly when they noticed this. Suddenly, Ku Zhui exclaimed while pointing towards the distance, "Look!" Yang Yi looked over. There was an ancient city not too far ahead of them. Yang Yi was delighted by the sight of it and sped up. They grew closer and closer to the city. They were about to enter it when a huge barrier of light appeared around the city, and a beam of dazzling light surged out from it and shot in their direction. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. He released Ku Zhui and slammed his left fist forward. Boom! The beam of light shattered while both Yang Yi and Ku Zhui were blasted to the ground. Suddenly, a group appeared on the city walls. The man who led the group was a familiar face to Yang Yi. It was none other than Ingmu. Ingmu glanced at Yang Yi and Ku Zhui. "So it's the Ku clan." Ku Zhui cupped her fist in Ingmu's direction and said, "Brother Ing, please deactivate the formations and let us enter the city." "Deactivate the formation?" Ingmu laughed coldly. "Sorry, I can't." Ku Zhui frowned. "Why?" Ingmu spoke indifferently. "Because those rotting corpses are behind both of you." Ku Zhui spoke in a low voice. "Brother Ing, it'll take them 10 breaths of time to get here. We have more than enough time if you deactivate the formation now." Ingmu grinned. "Young girl from the Ku clan, I've always heard that the Ku clan is very mysterious, but we've never known what's mysterious about your Ku clan. Why don't you widen our horizons today?" Ku Zhui's face fell. At this moment, how could she not understand what he meant? Actually, it was normal. Even though the Ing clan held the title of #1 clan in the medium universe of the Milky Way system, everyone felt that the Ku clan wasn't inferior to the Ing clan. Even though they hadn't openly entered into conflict with each other, they did fight each other in secret. Actually, to be precise, all the 8 clans fought each other in secret. Meanwhile, the rotting corpses had arrived just 3 kilometers behind Yang Yi and Ku Zhui. Based on their speed, it would only take 3 breaths of time for them to arrive before Yang Yi and Ku Zhui. Ku Zhui intended to reason with Ingmu, but Yang Yi waved his hand in her direction. He looked up at Ingmu and said, "Little bastard, I'll ask you one last time. Will you deactivate the formation or not?" Ingmu's face fell. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes. "Say that one more time?" Yang Yi didn't speak. He just wrapped his left arm around Ku Zhui's waist and flashed over to the city wall. After that, he let her go, and then he placed his left palm on the city gates. As soon as Yang Ye's palm was placed on the city gates, a thin barrier of light instantly appeared on it. However, as soon as it appeared, it was corroded by a strand of mysterious force and turned ethereal. The laws of decay. The barrier of light grew more and more ethereal while being corroded by the laws of decay. A moment later, the barrier of light on the city gates vanished completely. As soon as that happened, Yang Yi clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Boom! The city gate shattered, and then Yang Yi and Ku Zhui entered the city. However, they hadn't noticed that the rotting corpses had stopped a short distance before the city. The vicious gaze in their eyes was transformed into fear when they looked at the city. It didn't take long for Ingmu and the others to watch with astonishment as the rotting corpses actually retreated slowly, and it didn't take long for the rotting corpses to vanish from their fields of vision. Ingmu and the others exchanged glances when they witnessed this, and they saw bewilderment in all their eyes. Meanwhile, Ingmu suddenly said, "Everyone, I'm sure you realize that this abode is filled with danger. We'll only be able to survive by working together. So, I suggest that we stay united. What do you think?" The others exchanged glances and nodded. Everyone capable of coming here was no fool, and their strength was beyond doubt. After all, how could someone without sufficient strength dare to come here? There were at least over 50 people here. If they joined forces, they were even capable of going head-on with the group of rotting corpses from before. A man suddenly asked, "Brother Ing, what should we do now?" The others gazed at Ingmu as well. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Ingmu wasn't just the successor of the Ing clan, he was the #2 expert on the Milky Way rankings. So, he fully deserved to be their leader. Ingmu glanced at the surroundings and said, "Forget those corpses for now. Let's hide and wait for dawn." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and the others quickly followed him. After they entered the city, Yang Yi noticed that the city was extremely quiet, or it should be described as deathly silent. Besides Ingmu's group from before, he didn't see another soul here. As for why the corpses hadn't followed them, both Yang Yi and Ku Zhui were puzzled. However, they didn't think too much about it and just found a place to hide. In a rundown old hall, Yang Yi and Ku Zhui sat cross-legged. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl and flicked it over to her. She glanced at it, didn't say a word, and just swallowed it. Yang Yi smiled. "You're not afraid it's poison?" Ku Zhui glanced at Yang Yi. "If you intended to harm me, you could have just left me there, and I would have died." Yang Yi chuckled and spoke seriously. "Right. You're the only one representing the Ku clan?" she asked. "What do you actually want to know?" Yang Yi replied, "You're probably not the strongest in the Ku clan, right?" Ku Zhui shook her head. "My older brother is the strongest in the Ku clan's younger generation. However, he's charging into the second stage of the true realm. So, he couldn't come." She paused for a moment and continued, "I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Neither did I. This place was quite terrifying indeed. Even true realm experts would probably not dare to face those rotting corpses head-on, and the most terrifying part was that there were so many of them here." Ku Zhui suddenly asked, "Which clan are you from?" Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at her, and spoke indifferently. "I'm just an independent cultivator." "An independent cultivator?" She glanced at him and was about to speak when Yang Yi said, "Forget that for now. Recover your profound energy first." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew 2 energy pearls and consumed them, and then he closed his eyes. After he saw those rotting corpses, Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly in the slightest. In the beginning, he'd felt that there probably wasn't anything in this place that could harm him. After all, he was quite confident in his own strength. But now, he knew that if he still maintained such thoughts, then he wouldn't be far from death. Because besides having to be careful of those rotting corpses, he still had to be careful of the other cultivators in this damnable place. Sometimes, men were more terrifying than those rotting corpses. Time trickled by. Yang Ye's profound energy had almost completely recovered. He glanced at Ku Zhui, and he saw that she was staring at him. Yang Yi asked, "What?" She replied, "Do we know each other?" Yang Yi shook his head. She frowned slightly. "Then why do you feel very familiar to me?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "It might be a misconception." Ku Zhui was about to speak when the ground suddenly trembled. They exchanged glances, and then they vanished on the spot. After they left the hall, they glanced at the surroundings. There was nothing in the surroundings, but the ground was still trembling. It was late at night. Even though the surroundings were illuminated by moonlight, it still seemed extremely mysterious. Yang Yi gazed at the ground for a long time before he said, "There's something down there." Kuzhui nodded with agreement. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they immediately soared into the air. Once they arrived in midair, numerous pairs of hands suddenly emerged from the ground, and all of them were blood red. Chapter 1735. No. No. I refuse. Blood red hands. Countless pairs of blood-red hands had suddenly shot up from the ground, and it caused their scalps to go numb. The ground was still shaking. Those hands were moving upwards violently, and they seemed like they were trying to climb up from beneath the ground. Yang Yi frowned. "What the hell is that?" Kuzhui shook her head. "I don't know." The ground was still trembling violently, and the hands were emerging more and more from beneath the ground. If this continued, the people below the ground would definitely come up to ground level. Yang Yi glanced at the ground. At this moment, he noticed that the ground was covered in markings that were fine like worms. The marks were glowing faintly right now, but it was very faint and seemed like it would vanish at any moment. It wasn't just the ground, even the walls had those markings. However, they had been hidden before this, and they only became visible once the hands emerged from the ground. Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding once he saw those marks. Something was definitely being sealed within this city. Kuzhui gazed at Yang Yi. "What do we do now?" "What else?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes. "Flee, of course." Even though he didn't know what was sealed down there, he was sure it wasn't anything good. Perhaps it may even be more terrifying than the rotting corpses. Kuzhui nodded and displayed her agreement. They didn't say another word and just left. It didn't take long for them to leave the city. Yang Yi stood in midair and glanced at the surroundings, and then his face fell. His current vision was capable of seeing very far away, yet now, he could only see within an area of 3 kilometers. As for the area outside that scope of 3 kilometers, everything was blurry. At this moment, he didn't really dare to move about rashly. After all, they would be in trouble if they encountered that group of rotting corpses again. Suddenly, a few dozen people emerged from the city. Kuzhui's face fell at the sight of them. Because it was Ing Mu's group. Ing Mu was stunned when he saw Yang Yi and Kuzhui, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Enemies always meet. Kuzhui glanced at Ing Mu and remained silent. Ing Mu was about to speak when the expressions of everyone here changed. All of them looked towards the city. A group of blood-red men had suddenly appeared on the city walls, and those men were staring at them. They felt their hairs stand on end when being stared at by those blood-red men. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his left arm around Kuzhui's waist. She glanced at him and didn't say anything. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. No one moved. No one dared to act rashly right now. "Let's go." Suddenly, Ing Mu waved his right hand, and then he shot towards the distance. Yang Yi took Kuzhui with him as he vanished on the spot as well. The others flashed towards the distance as well. After they arrived around 3 kilometers away, Yang Yi turned around and shot a glance back at the city. He was shocked by what he saw, because the city walls were covered in blood-red figures now, and those figures were staring at them. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at the blood-red figures, and then he sped up. It didn't take long for him to vanish into the darkness. However, he hadn't gone far before he stopped, and both Kuzhui and Yang Yi had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Because numerous rotting corpses weren't very far ahead of them, and there were a few dozen of them, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and his face fell when he saw the situation in the surroundings. It was because he noticed that rotting corpses were wandering throughout the darkness. In other words, the surroundings were filled with them. Kuzhui had noticed that too, so she immediately gazed at Yang Yi. "What should we do?" "What should we do? Kill our way through?" Yang Yi shook his head because he didn't know how many corpses were there in the darkness. If they were endless, then would both of them be finished? He couldn't kill that many rotting corpses even if he wielded his sword. But why are these terrifying things in this place? Yang Ye's brows were knit tightly together. Actually, it was very unusual. These beings would definitely cause a storm of blood if they left this place. Because these rotting corpses weren't just strong. There were a huge number of them, too. Why are these terrifying beings here? Meanwhile, Kujui suddenly said, "They are approaching." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Let's head back." As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped his left arm around Kujui's waist and left. He noticed that there were no rotting corpses around the city. Obviously, the corpses didn't dare to get close to the city. As for the blood-red figures in the city, weren't they just blood-red figures? He could turn blood-red too. Kujui asked, "Are we really going to go back there?" Yang Yi nodded. "Do you know another idea?" She suddenly asked, "You can escape if you're by yourself, right?" Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. Those rotting corpses couldn't stop him if he was alone. She asked, "Why are you helping me?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly and remained silent. He had quite a good impression of her. If it wasn't for her help, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Ku clan, and he wouldn't have been able to gain the soul-nurturing tree to save Little Sky. Snowy had taken the soul-nurturing tree from the Ku clan in order to save Little Sky, and he'd always felt quite guilty about that. But he had no other choice because he wasn't sure that just a branch of the tree was enough to save Little Sky. So, now that he'd met Kujui here, and she was in trouble, he wasn't able to just stand by idly and watch her die. Kujui glanced at him and didn't say a word. It didn't take long for them to arrive back below the city walls. There were many blood-red figures still standing on the city walls. Needless to say, seeing so many blood-red figures during such a silent night was quite horrifying. The blood-red figures gazed at Yang Yi and Kujui when they saw them return. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. The blood-red figures didn't descend the city walls, and they just stared at Yang Yi and Kujui. Kujui suddenly said, "They don't seem to be able to get down here." Yang Yi nodded. Those blood-red figures seemed like they couldn't leave the city, so it was a good thing for them, of course. Even though he didn't know how strong those blood-red figures were, he had no doubt that they were not easy to deal with, and they may even be more terrifying than the rotting corpses. Suddenly, Kujui and Yang Yi looked towards the distance. Over 20 figures were rushing over in their direction. They were led by Ingmu. Yang Yi glanced at Ingmu's group. He noticed that over a dozen from Ingmu's group had vanished. Moreover, all of them carried a varying degree of injuries. Obviously, they'd encountered the rotting corpses. Ingmu glanced coldly at Yang Yi and Kujui in silence. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't enter into conflict with Yang Yi and Kujui right now. After all, they were in a very bad situation right now. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed because the rotting corpses appeared 3 kilometers away from them. However, those rotting corpses didn't come any closer and seemed to be afraid of something. Kujui asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" "Wait," Yang Yi said. "Wait until dawn arrives." She asked, "What if they're still here after dawn arrives?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "Then wait for death." He was definitely incapable of defeating that many rotting corpses. As for the blood-red figures in the city, they were absolutely more terrifying than the rotting corpses. Silence filled the surroundings. No one said a word, but their expressions were extremely solemn. Regardless of whether it was the blood-red figures on the city walls or the corpses, both were a huge threat to all of them. They couldn't win if the corpses charged at them, and they weren't confident in their ability to face those blood-red figures. Just like that, the 3 parties entered into a stalemate. Time ticked by. Only 2 hours were left before dawn, but their expressions had grown even more solemn. The moment before dawn was the darkest moment, and that was no joke. Right when everyone was wading through this torment, creak. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening resounded through the silence. Their expressions changed when they heard that, and then they gazed towards the entrance of the city. They watched as a woman in a red dress walked out from there. The woman was around the age of 20. She was extremely beautiful to the point it took one's breath away. Even Yang Ye's breath was taken away by her beauty. She was truly gorgeous. Amongst the women he knew, there wasn't a single one who could surpass her, and they could only rival her at most. Yang Yi wasn't the only one. Ingmu and the others had their breaths taken away too. Some men were worse, and they actually seemed infatuated. She walked slowly in their direction. Many people immediately returned to their senses when they saw this, and then vigilance covered their faces. Even though they were shocked by her beauty, they weren't ordinary experts, so they wouldn't allow their lower bodies to control them. It didn't take long for her to swiftly arrive before Yang Yi and the others. After that, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi instantly had a bad feeling when she gazed at him. "Come with me." She turned around and started walking about once she finished speaking. Everyone here gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head. "No, no, I refuse." She didn't stop and just continued forward, but her voice entered their ears. "The formation in the city will be at its weakest in 15 minutes from now. At that time, all of them will be able to come down here." "They'll be able to come down." Yang Ye's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Actually, I was just joking. I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately went after the woman. The others were rendered speechless by this. Chapter 1736. Mysterious Woman. Yang Yi had decisively chosen to enter the city when he found out those blood-red figures could come down here. What a joke. If the blood-red figures could descend the city walls, then he would definitely be unable to resist them. Yang Yi took a few steps before turning to look at Ku Zhui, and then he gazed at the woman in a red dress. "Can I bring my friend along?" She replied, "Yes." Yang Yi waved at Ku Zhui. The latter hesitated for a moment before flashing over to his side. Meanwhile, Ingmu suddenly said, "Miss, can we go in the city with you?" The woman in a red dress stopped. She glanced at Ingmu's group and turned to look at Yang Yi. "Are they your friends?" Yang Yi quickly shook his head. The woman nodded. She didn't say anything and just continued into the city. Ingmu's expression became extremely gloomy. He remained silent for a moment and suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother, all of us came from the outside. It's fate that allowed us to meet each other here. So why act like this?" "Act like this?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and turned to look at Ingmu. "Then why didn't you deactivate the formation so that we could come in? Did you think about fate then?" Ingmu was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly waved his hand. "Save it. Good luck. Bye." Yang Yi turned around and entered the city. Repay enmity with kindness? Yang Yi would never do something like that. He liked to take an eye for an eye. He treated others in the same way that they treated him. Ingmu and the others' faces were extremely unsightly. Around 15 minutes later, the blood-red figures on the city walls suddenly looked down at Ingmu's group, causing their expressions to change. "Run!" Ingmu didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish on the spot. The others with him vanished on the spot as well. Meanwhile, the blood-red figures on the city walls transformed into rays so blood-red light that leaped down the city walls. In an instant, rays of blood-red light filled the silent night sky. Monsters were flying through the sky. After he entered the city with the woman in a red dress, Yang Yi noticed many blood-red figures in the surroundings. Those blood-red figures stared at him and Ku Zhui, but they didn't approach them. Even then, Yang Yi was still vigilant, and he was prepared to draw his sword if they attacked. He wasn't foolish enough to continue concealing his strength at a time like this. Meanwhile, the woman who led their group said, "Don't worry. They won't attack you." Yang Yi glanced at her. "What are they?" She sped up as she spoke. "You'll find out in a moment." Yang Yi sped up as well. It didn't take long for her to lead them to a run-down palace. Even though it looked very old on the outside, the inner area was very new and luxurious. She walked to the seat of the host and sat there, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "You possessed zenith rank slaughter intent, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "That's why you asked me to come with you?" She shook her head slightly. "I sense the aura of a certain person on you. You should know him." Yang Yi asked, "Who?" She fell silent for a long time before she replied, "An old man in Taoist robes who holds a horsetail whisk." The old man in Taoist robes. Yang Ye's expression changed. "You know him?" She glanced at Yang Yi. "You do know him?" Yang Yi nodded. "I do. But how do you know him?" She fell silent for a long time before she replied, "The seal on this city is something he casually placed here that day." Yang Yi asked, "Why did he come here?" She shook her head slightly. "He was just passing by, and he only entered because there were evil cultivators here." "Evil cultivators?" Yang Yi asked. "There are evil cultivators here?" She gazed at Yang Yi. Those rotting corpses and those blood-red figures are all evil cultivators. Or I should say that besides all of you who came in from the outside world, everything you see here is an evil cultivator, including me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Ku Zhui asked, "What are evil cultivators?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'll explain later." He gazed at the woman in a red dress and continued, "According to my knowledge, evil cultivators went extinct all those years ago." "You know quite a lot," she replied. "You're right. The evil cultivators incurred public wrath, and the other cultivators joined forces to annihilate evil cultivators. But you must realize that it happened in the small universe, and this is the medium universe. Moreover, there were so many evil cultivators, so how could they have possibly annihilated all of them?" She paused for a moment and continued, "The reason there are so many evil cultivators here is my father. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." "Your father?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "He's an evil cultivator?" She nodded. "A very formidable evil cultivator. He was like a founding ancestor amongst them, and he escaped the pursuit of those powerful experts in the small universe. After he arrived in the medium universe, he formed his own organization." Yang Yi asked, "And he taught others how to become evil cultivators?" She shook her head. "He didn't, because he knew better than anyone about the flaws of this path. After he arrived here, he started to research like a madman. He researched the flaws of evil cultivation, and he hoped to find a method to resolve the side effects of the speed of cultivation that evil cultivators possessed. After countless years of research, he found it, and then he started teaching others." Yang Yi glanced at her. "Those people in the city don't look normal to me." She nodded. "They aren't normal at all. In the beginning, for safety's sake, he didn't allow outsiders to cultivate his technique, and he let me do it. He was very strong, so even if there were issues during my cultivation, he would be able to resolve it in time. However, my strength rose rapidly, but nothing happened, so he started to accept disciples." Yang Yi asked, "What happened in the end?" She fell silent for a long time before she replied, "Actually, his method wasn't wrong. His mistake was that he'd overlooked something, and it was my physique. The reason nothing happened to me was because of my unique physique. But those without such a unique physique showed no signs of suffering any problems in the beginning, but as time passed and they grew stronger, side effects started to appear." She closed her eyes at this point. Unfortunately, it was too late when he found out. Because evil cultivators could cultivate so quickly, it made many go after it like madmen. At that time, people in all the nearby cities had started to cultivate his technique. The only way to stop it was to kill everyone in those cities. That was the only way to prevent the technique from leaking. Yang Yi said, "But he didn't do that." She nodded. "He moved all those cities into Moment Mountain and then sealed it with a formation. His goal was to stop all of them from leaving. Because at that time, many ancient cultivators had arrived in the medium universe. If they left, they would definitely be slaughtered. At the same time, he hoped to find a method to treat these people. Unfortunately, he still wasn't able to succeed after countless years passed." Yang Yi asked, "Your father is still alive?" She replied, "He is." Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. After all, that was a true ancient cultivator. "Meanwhile," she said, "unfortunately, he isn't the same father I knew any longer." Yang Yi asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "There were issues in his cultivation too. Actually, evil cultivators gain their strength at an accelerated pace. Things that are built swiftly aren't strong. Even if external forces are used to fortify it, it still isn't strong. As time passes, the issues in it will grow." Yang Yi nodded. Cultivation couldn't be rushed. Because the more one rushed, the more likely it was for one to encounter issues with one's cultivation. Just like those rotting corpses and blood-red figures. Even though they were strong, they'd lost their minds. Or to be more precise, they couldn't be called people anymore. Meanwhile, the woman added, "After problems arose in my father's cultivation, he started to go to extremes and kill at random. No one could stop him. Fortunately, the old man in Taoist robes just happened to arrive at that time, and he sealed my father." "He didn't kill him?" asked Yang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, He knew he'd misspoken and said, "I'm sorry." She shook her head slightly in response. If it was possible, I would have hoped for him to be dead, because living is worse than death for him right now. That old man wanted to kill him, but he couldn't. He couldn't. Yang Yi frowned slightly. It can't be, right? Even his strength wasn't sufficient to kill your father? She glanced at Yang Yi and explained, he was just a clone, and it was even a clone which was about to vanish. So, he could only seal my father, and my father might be about to escape now. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. If her father escapes, it'll definitely be a huge problem. She suddenly asked, are there ancient cultivators left in the world outside? Yang Yi shook his head. They've gone to the large universe. They're gone. She spoke softly. Then if my father gets out, will anyone in the medium universe be able to stop him? Will anyone be able to stop these rotting corpses, those blood-red figures, and those other terrifying monsters? Yang Yi shrugged. I don't know. In any case, I can't stop them. She remained silent for a long time and gazed at Yang Yi. You can? Yang Yi shrugged. You think too highly of me. Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then she tapped her right index finger against his chest. She looked him in the eyes and said, that treasure in you can. Yang Yi's expression changed when he heard this. Chapter 1737. Behind you. Yang Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected her to actually be aware that there was a treasure within him. Yang Yi stared at her for a long time before he said, how did you know? She pointed at her eyes. I saw it. Yang Yi asked, how did you see it? She replied, I was born with unique eyes, and they're able to see things that many aren't able to. Your strength isn't sufficient to kill him, but that treasure within you can. I can sense that it's very strong, extremely strong. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't want to kill him. Get someone else to help you. She said, once he escapes from the seal, all of you will die. Then I'll run. Yang Yi continued, if I'm no match for him, can't I just run? She looked him in the eyes. If he escapes, many people in the outside world will die. Yang Yi replied, I can't do anything about that, and I don't care about them. I just have to take care of myself and my own loved ones. What sort of existence was her father? An ancient cultivator. Someone from the same generation as the old man in Taoist robes. Even though her father wasn't as strong as the old man in Taoist robes, he was absolutely not someone that Yang Yi could fight. Most importantly, why should he kill her father? To save the world? Who cares? He hadn't forgotten how countless people throughout the world wanted his head. So, such a noble deed like saving the world was better left to someone else. She shook her head slightly. You're too cold-blooded. Yang Yi chuckled, Miss. We have to act according to the limits of our ability. Your father's strength definitely far surpasses my own. TCH, if I go to kill him, I'll probably die trying. So, you should get some other capable person to do it. She nodded slightly. I won't force you, but there are many treasures with my father. Don't you want them? Yang Yi smiled. I do, but my life is more important. She fell silent for a long time before she said, how about you just help me do a little thing, and I'll give you a treasure? Yang Yi asked, what treasure? She flipped her right hand, and a blood-red leather armor appeared. It's called the blood armor. If you wear it, it'll merge into one with your blood. It can resist the attacks of 5th stage True Realm experts. You just have to do something small for me, and it's yours. It can stop the attacks of 5th stage True Realm experts. Needless to say, Yang Yi was quite tempted, but he didn't lose his composure. Yang Yi asked, what do you need my help with? Go to Moment City with me. She continued, my father left something behind there. I intend to take it. Otherwise, if he escapes from the seal and obtains that thing, I'm afraid no one in this medium universe will be able to stop him. Yang Yi asked, that's all? She nodded, that's all. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, all right, I agree. She glanced at him and flicked the armor over to him. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, you're giving it to me just like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? She replied, I believe you're not that kind of person. Yang Yi took the armor, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Actually, I do that sometimes. Her eyelids twitched, but she remained silent. Yang Yi asked, How do I use it? She replied, Drop a droplet of your blood on it. Yang Yi nodded and flicked a droplet of his blood on the armor. It didn't take long for the armor to tremble, and then Yang Yi felt some sort of link had formed between them. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. The armor instantly entered his body, and then a faint layer of blood appeared all over his body. Yang Yi touched it, and he noticed that it was very soft and smooth. Moreover, it felt very nice. He gazed at Ku Zhui. Strike me. Ku Zhui hesitated for a moment, and then she stabbed his chest with her sword. Clang. A clear and loud clang resounded, and then Ku Zhui was pushed over 10 backwards. As for the armor on Yang Yi, there wasn't a single scratch on it. Nice. Yang Yi was delighted, because he hadn't felt any force when Ku Zhui stabbed him just now. It was like her sword hadn't struck him. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress said, It's good, but it's best if you don't use it often. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She explained, If your opponent is too strong, and it's unable to endure the force of the attack, then the force of the attack will damage your bloodline. Or to be more precise, it'll damage the blood vessels throughout your body. If the force far surpasses the limits of the armor, it will shatter your blood vessels. Because the armor and your blood vessels are linked, I'm sure you're very well aware what it means to have your blood vessels shattered. Yang Yi nodded. I'll remember that. She nodded and said, Let's go. Yang Yi asked, Now? Now. She walked out of the hall once she finished speaking. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment, and then Yang Yi said, Miss Ku, you should leave this place. Leave. Suddenly, the woman in a red dress said, Forget it. She can't. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui gazed at her. Why? She spoke indifferently. If it was possible to leave, those rotting corpses and blood corpses would have left. Do you think they want to stay in this huge cage? No. They want to leave more than anyone. Yang Yi asked, Why can't we leave? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. She explained, Moment Mountain only allows entrance, not departure. There are 2 formations here. One was set up by my father, and the other was casually set up by that old man in Taoist robes. Both of them were set up to prevent the rotting corpses and blood corpses here from leaving. If I'm to be honest, both of you wouldn't be able to destroy those formations even if you're at the 5th stage of the true realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't speak another word and just quickly walked out of the hall. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui's faces turned gloomy after they heard her. It was especially so for Yang Yi. He couldn't stay here for long. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, Let's go with her. Perhaps she knows how to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them followed the woman out. It didn't take long for them to leave the city. There were some human corpses outside the city. These corpses belonged to the people who'd been following Ingmu. However, Ingmu's corpse wasn't amongst them. The woman in a red dress said, Walk, don't fly. Yang Yi asked, Why? She started walking towards the distance. The rotting corpses will sense you if you use profound energy. Yang Yi asked, They aren't afraid of you? She glanced at him and continued forward. Why would they fear me? Yang Yi replied with a question. Why don't those blood-red figures harm you? She replied, The blood corpses have a trace of intelligence left. They fear my father, so they dare not harm me. As for the rotting corpses, they are completely devoid of intelligence. In short, don't use your profound energy. So long as there are no fluctuations of profound energy, they won't sense your presence. And even if they do sense your presence, they won't pursue you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. If he knew this, he wouldn't have fallen into such an embarrassing situation earlier. Just like that, they started walking towards Moment City. Needless to say, Yang Yi and Ku Zhui were quite fearful all along the way, because there were truly too many rotting corpses all along the way. If all the rotting corpses left this place, they would be a calamity for the medium universe of the Milky Way system. Unless the 8 clans joined forces, they wouldn't be able to deal with those corpses at all. There were truly too many of them. Just looking at them caused a chill to run down one's spine. The woman in a red dress seemed very calm and composed, and it was like she didn't notice the corpses at all. Even though they were walking, all three of them weren't ordinary people, so they were extremely fast. At this moment, it was almost dawn, so the surroundings were pitch black. Yang Yi had the laws of darkness, so he didn't fear the darkness. However, the darkness in the surroundings wasn't very normal because his divine sense wasn't able to stretch far. Presently, his divine sense could only sense an area of 1.5 kilometers, and everything further was unknown to him. That's corpse gas. The woman in a red dress explained. The surroundings are filled with such gas, and it's able to obstruct the divine sense of humans. It's really extraordinary for you to be able to sense an area of 1.5 kilometers. If you don't believe me, ask the woman by your side. She may not even be able to sense an area of 30 m. Yang Yi gazed at Ku Zhui, and the latter was looking at him. She said, "You can sense everything in an area of 1.5 kilometers?" Yang Yi nodded. Ku Zhui took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. What a freak! Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in a red dress. What about you? Are you a normal person or a blood corpse? Yang Yi had wanted to ask this question for a long time, because he felt that she wasn't very normal. The woman stopped moving and gazed at Yang Yi. What do you think? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't know. She withdrew her gaze and continued forward. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he followed her with Ku Zhui. Actually, he slightly regretted his decision to help her. At this moment, his intuition told him that he may have accepted quite a bit of trouble. Suddenly, she stopped. Ku Zhui asked, "What is it?" The woman in a red dress glanced at the surroundings and spoke indifferently. Something is following us. Ku Zhui's expression changed, and she immediately became vigilant. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at the woman. I don't sense anything. The woman in a red dress looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "It's behind you." Chapter 1738. Used goods are not refundable. Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yang Ye's figure was blasted away, and he flew almost 300 m before he finally stopped himself. Meanwhile, a translucent figure had suddenly appeared where he had been standing. A translucent figure. Or to be more precise, it was a soul body. Yang Yi glanced at the blood armor he wore. If he hadn't immediately activated it, that attack would have heavily injured him even if he avoided death. A soul corpse. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress spoke abruptly. Its strength is on par with a blood corpse. Of course, it's more terrifying than a blood corpse. Because it's a soul, and souls are the most mysterious. They are able to frequently catch others off guard. Yang Yi nodded, and then he appeared before the soul corpse and swung his fist. The soul corpse slammed its fist at Yang Yi as well. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 30 m back while the soul corpse was merely pushed less than 15 m back. It's that strong? Yang Yi frowned. Even though he hadn't used his sword, his physical strength was extremely formidable. But he hadn't expected that his physical strength was actually unable to compete with the soul corpse. Is that what a body refiner of the ancient times is like? Yang Yi took a deep breath. He noticed that the cultivators of the ancient times were much stronger than the current cultivators in the world. Or it should be said that the knowledge from all those years ago hadn't been passed down completely. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui gazed at the woman in a red dress. Do you have a way to deal with it? The woman shook her head in response and gazed at Yang Yi. It's time for you to display your strength. Yang Yi nodded. Watch this. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared beside Ku Zhui and the woman. After that, he gazed at Ku Zhui. Grab my right hand. Ku Zhui was puzzled, but still did as he'd said. Once Ku Zhui grabbed his right hand, Yang Yi wrapped his left arm around the woman's waist, and then brought them along as he vanished on the spot. Both of them were stunned speechless by this. The woman glanced at Yang Yi. This is your way of dealing with it? Yang Yi asked, what else? He refused to go head-on against that soul corpse. What a joke. He didn't stand to gain anything from winning. The woman spoke indifferently. It's a little different from what I imagined. Yang Yi didn't know what to say in response. Time trickled by. Around an hour later, a huge city appeared within their fields of vision. The city was like a huge beast that was lying there on the ground, and it seemed gloomy and horrifying. Yang Yi asked, "That's Moment City?" The woman nodded. "Be careful." "Why?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "Is it very dangerous?" She replied, "It is. There are existences even more terrifying than blood corpses, rotting corpses, and soul corpses in there." Meanwhile, Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Can we not go?" She glanced at him and said, "Many treasures my father left behind are in there. There's even one that's extremely suitable for you." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What?" "A sword chest." The woman spoke indifferently, "The sword chest of an ancient sword cultivator. There are 9 peak true rank swords within it. If you're able to control all 9 of them, then coupled with the extraordinary formation within the sword chest, you'll be able to fight 4th stage true realm experts and even 5th stage true realm experts." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, "I don't think I ever said I know how to use the sword." She looked him in the eye. "Even if you didn't say anything, it doesn't mean that I don't know." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Is that sword chest really in there?" His ability to fight against a single opponent was formidable, but his strength wasn't sufficient to fight a group of enemies. The stellar sword diagram was an attack that struck an area, but it was quite powerless against true realm experts. If that sword chest really existed, then he was willing to take the risk. She nodded. "It is." Yang Yi glanced at her. "Then let's head in right now." She shook his head. "Not now." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "It's still night now. It's when those monsters in the city move about. Once dawn arrives, they'll go back to rest, because they aren't fond of sunlight. So, we'll be safer during the day." Yang Yi nodded. "All right." As he spoke, he gazed at Ku Jui and said, "Miss Ku, I think that you shouldn't follow us there. She'll die even faster if she doesn't stay by your side." The woman in a red dress suddenly said, "All the beings here are beings from the ancient times, and they aren't existences she can fight." Yang Yi said, "But I feel like she'll be in even more danger if she goes with us." The woman replied, "Decide yourself." She closed her eyes once she finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed at Ku Jui. "You decide." Ku Jui fell silent for a moment before she said, "I'll go with you." Yang Yi nodded. "Then come with us." He withdrew an energy pearl and passed it over to her. "Recover to your peak before we go in." Ku Jui glanced at the energy pearl before her and said, "Thank you." She swallowed it once she finished speaking. Yang Yi withdrew 2 more energy pearls and swallowed them too. His intuition told him that this trip wouldn't be very peaceful. The sky gradually grew bright. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Dawn. When the first ray of sunlight descended upon the ground, the woman in a red dress opened her eyes and said, "Let's head in." Just like that, they started walking towards Moment City, and it didn't take long for them to arrive before its gates. The woman gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shrugged, and then he placed his left hand on the city gates and pushed lightly. Creak. A clear creak resounded as the door was pushed open, and then a pungent smell assaulted them. Actually, it should be described as more than one smell. There was a moldy odor, the smell of blood, and the smell of decay. Yang Yi waved his left hand, and the smells were blasted away before they entered the city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were very few buildings in the surroundings, and they were just scattered all over the city. Most of them were in ruins, and it was obvious they'd suffered varying degrees of damage. The woman glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. This was once a very bustling city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and nodded. "I noticed." She spoke indifferently. "Let's go." All along the way, Yang Yi and Ku Jui were extremely vigilant. Even though the city was very quiet and didn't seem dangerous at all, if they really thought like that, then they wouldn't be too far away from death. Time trickled by. The woman in a red dress led them to a dried-up well. The well was quite large, and it covered an area of around 300 m. The bottom of the well was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything in there. Yang Yi noticed numerous symbols all around the well. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and gazed at the woman. You aren't thinking of telling me to head down there, right? She nodded. The treasure I want is down there. Yang Yi asked, is it dangerous? She glanced at him and asked, what do you think? Yang Yi walked to the side of the well and shot a glance at its bottom. It was completely pitch black and ghastly. Even though he had the laws of darkness, his intuition told him that the bottom of the well wasn't a good place, and it was very likely that he would never be able to get back up here. Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress said, some of my father's old treasures are down there, and so is that sword chest. There's nothing in this world that you can get without putting some effort into things. No matter what you want, you have to pay a certain price to get it, right? Yang Yi walked over to her and looked her in the eyes. But I feel like you aren't here just to get your father's treasures. If I'm not wrong, you have other motives, right? Head decided to lay all the cards on the table. Even though he was confident in his own strength, he was no fool. Moreover, overconfidence was conceit on many occasions. It was better to have less confidence in a damnable place like this. The woman in a red dress nodded. I do. But that's my business. Yang Yi shrugged. To be honest, I'm quite afraid of you, because you don't seem ordinary. Moreover, my intuition tells me that I'll definitely die if I go down there. So, Yang Yi flipped his left palm and the blood armor appeared there. He flicked it over to her and said, I refuse to go on with this deal. The reason he gave up was because the primordial pagoda had given him a warning. A warning from the primordial pagoda. Normally, the primordial pagoda would absolutely not warn him, and it only did when it was something exceptionally dangerous. So, Yang Yi had decisively chosen to give up. Even though the blood armor and potential treasures were precious, his life was more precious. If he lost his life, everything else would be worthless. Moreover, a person should know his or her own strength well. One should never underestimate oneself, but one should never overestimate oneself either. One should act according to one's own strength. The woman glanced at the armor before her and flicked it back to Yang Yi. Used goods aren't refundable. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. So you intend to force me? She nodded, and then she stomped the ground lightly. An instant later, Yang Yi and Ku Zhui's expressions became extremely unsightly. A breath of time later, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, I think going down there isn't entirely out of the question. Chapter 1739. Obliteration Sword Formation. After the woman in a red dress stomped her foot, many blood corpses had suddenly appeared here. There were over 100 of them. They just appeared out of thin air, and there had been no sign of their presence before this. It was like they were already standing there from the beginning. She walked over to Yang Yi and said, Let's go. Yang Yi shrugged and gazed at Ku Zhui. Let's go. Suddenly, the woman gazed at Yang Yi. It's best if you don't play any tricks, because it's meaningless. Trust me. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, You know what I intend to do. You want to capture me, right? She looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Want to give it a try? Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. He was behind her when he appeared again. He hadn't concealed his strength at this moment, but his expression changed when he arrived behind her. It was because she'd suddenly appeared where he had been standing a moment ago, and she was looking at him. Both of them were absolutely fast. So, Ku Zhui hadn't been able to react to what had just happened. Yang Yi stared at the woman. Her speed was actually faster than him, and it was much faster. After all, he'd launched the attack, but he was still slower than her. She spoke indifferently. Do you still want to try? Yang Yi shrugged. Isn't it just going down there? So be it. Yang Yi wrapped his left arm around Ku Zhui's waist and leaped down into the well. As for the woman in a red dress, she leaped into the well as well. After he entered the well, Yang Yi noticed that the space here was much larger than he'd imagined, and the faint light was coming from the surroundings. So, the scene here was clearly visible. There were numerous symbols all over the well's walls, and it was just like how it was on the outside of the well. They descended incessantly, and it took around an hour for them to finally reach the ground. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in a red dress started walking towards the passageway in front of them. Meanwhile, Ku Zhui said, be careful. Yang Yi nodded. Just like that, they followed the woman forward. They didn't speak all along the way. The surroundings were silent too. So, it was extremely silent here. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Miss, you seem like a straightforward person. So can you tell us your true objective? Otherwise, it'll give me a headache if I keep guessing." She replied, "You'll find out very soon." Yang Yi was about to speak when Ku Zhui's voice resounded in his mind. "Just flee on your own if anything happens later." Yang Yi gazed at her, and she continued via voice transmission. "Based on your strength, it'll probably be difficult for her to stop you." Suddenly, the woman in a red dress said, "You can ask him to try that." Yang Yi gazed at the woman. "You're able to hear her voice transmissions." The woman didn't say anything and just continued forward. Around 15 minutes later, she suddenly stopped. There was a door not too far away from her. The door was quite unique, because it was completely formed from mysterious symbols. There was a wisp of solemnness and fear in her eyes as she gazed at the door. She fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning to look at Yang Yi. "Open it, and your mission will be over." Yang Yi glanced at the door and asked, "You can't open it?" She said, "If I could, why would I have brought you here?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "You think too highly of me. Your strength is definitely greater than mine. If even you can't, then how could I possibly succeed?" She spoke with absolute certainty. "You can?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "Because this door was left behind by that old man in Taoist robes. You have his aura on you, so it won't reject you. As for anyone else, it'll attack if anyone enters the area a meter around it." It was left behind by the old man in Taoist robes. Yang Yi glanced at the door, and then he gazed at her. "What's inside there?" The woman in the red dress said, "Won't you find out once you open it?" Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he walked over to the door. The door suddenly started trembling when Yang Yi arrived before the door. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and the woman frowned slightly as well. Suddenly, the door calmed down. The woman glanced at Yang Yi and said, "As expected, it won't attack you." Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he gazed at the door. If he was being honest, he didn't want to open the door. But he had no other choice. He really didn't have a choice. Flee? Her speed was faster than his, so trying to flee wouldn't work. Fight her to the death? He'd considered it, but the situation wasn't that dire to warrant that, because she didn't seem to be hostile towards him. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he placed his right hand on the door. Right when he was about to use the decay laws, the primordial pagoda suddenly trembled, and then the door trembled. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as it vanished. "What's going on? I didn't do anything." Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, the woman took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked forward. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui exchanged glances, and then they followed her. Meanwhile, the divine Yin Flame's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. She wasn't wrong. If it was anyone else, even a fifth-stage true realm expert, it would still be impossible to get through that door. As for you, you would be dead if it wasn't for the pagoda. "I would be dead?" Yang Yi asked. "What do you mean?" Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What do I mean? The divine Yin Flame said, "That door doesn't recognize that you're Master's successor. It was about to attack you just now. If it attacked you, your current strength wouldn't be able to stop it at all. So, the pagoda helped. If it didn't help, you would be a corpse right now." The divining flame paused for a moment and continued, "Kid, be careful. That woman isn't ordinary, and Master actually sealed this place, so it makes it even more unordinary. So, be careful." Yang Yi nodded. He would be careful even if the divining flame didn't warn him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and glanced at the surroundings. He was stunned when he saw the scene around him. It was because he was in a hall, and it was a luxurious hall. The surroundings glittered with gold and jade, and it was decorated gorgeously. Suddenly, the woman raised her right hand, and a black sword chest appeared in front of Yang Yi. She said, "It's called obliteration. It was forged by a sword cultivator. That sword cultivator believed that there's a cause for everything, and if there's a cause, there's an effect. Karma. He created a sword formation according to that principle, obliteration. At the instant the swords emerge, they sever karma, and everything is obliterated before them. She paused for a moment and continued. It's extremely powerful and can destroy the heavens and the earth. However, only a single type of person can truly bring forth its might. Yang Yi asked, what type of person? The emotionless. The woman said, those without emotion and without kindness. Destroy everything with a single thought. It's extremely strong. If you have even the slightest kind thoughts in your heart while you fight, its strength will be severely weakened. You don't have to worry about that. Suddenly, Ku Zhui said, he won't hold such thoughts when he fights. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, and then he gazed at the sword chest. This time, he didn't need her to tell him. He flicked a droplet of his blood on it, and then it shook violently before Yang Yi felt a connection had formed between them. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. In an instant, 6 black swords appeared in front of him. The swords were around 1 m long, completely pitch black, and emanated an icy cold aura that made others feel extremely uncomfortable. They were forged with evil intent. The woman suddenly explained, all 6 of these swords were forged with evil intent by that sword cultivator. The stronger your evil intent is when you kill, the stronger these swords will be, and the stronger the formation they form will be. Yang Yi glanced at the woman and asked, that sword cultivator was an evil cultivator? She nodded. Yes. No wonder. Yang Yi nodded slightly. The sword formation and swords were obviously not created by an ordinary sword cultivator. An ordinary sword cultivator would definitely be incapable of creating something like this. Of course, all of that wasn't important. What was important was that the swords and sword formation were useful to him. He didn't take a look at the sword formation which had appeared in his mind, and he gazed at the woman instead. Since the door has been opened, then we'll be bidding our farewells. See you. Yang Yi was about to take Ku Zhui and leave once he finished speaking, but the woman suddenly said, I haven't gotten what I want. Yang Yi gazed at her. You still need my help? She nodded. But it's just a small thing. Come with me. She turned around and walked to the back of the hall. Yang Yi and Ku Zhui exchanged glances. They fell silent for a moment before Yang Yi said, Let's go. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a black coffin. The coffin was an ordinary coffin, but there was a talisman on the coffin. Yang Ye's expression changed when he saw the coffin, because that talisman was exactly similar to the talisman which was sealing his right arm. The woman said, Tear it off. Yang Yi gazed at her. What's in there? She replied, You'll find out after you tear it off. Yang Yi shook his head. I refuse. His intuition told him that the thing sealed with the coffin was absolutely not something good. Suddenly, a translucent hand wrapped around Ku Zhui's throat. A soul corpse. Yang Ye's face changed when he witnessed this. He hadn't expected a soul corpse to be here. Moreover, he actually hadn't noticed it all along the way. The woman in a red dress walked over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eyes. Tear it off. Yang Yi took a deep breath and nodded. Fine. I'm not afraid of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over to the coffin. He was about to touch the talisman when it suddenly shook. However, at the moment it shook, the primordial pagoda suddenly shook as well, and then the talisman calmed down. A moment later, Yang Yi pulled it off. As soon as he pulled off the talisman, the coffin's lid sprang open. Yang Yi glanced into the coffin, and his eyes instantly opened wide when he saw the figure within the coffin. Are you kidding me? Chapter 1740. No shrinking back. There was a woman lying in the coffin. However, it was none other than the woman in a red dress who was standing beside Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned to look at her, and she spoke indifferently. Are you very surprised? Yang Yi replied, Didn't you say that the old man in Taoist robe sealed your father? She spoke indifferently. It was a lie. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. A lie? Meanwhile, Ku Zhui suddenly pointed at the woman in the coffin and asked, Then who is she? The woman in a red dress gazed at the woman in the coffin and replied, Me. As she spoke, she suddenly leaped up and transformed into a ray of red light that entered the body of the woman in the coffin. A moment later, The woman in the coffin opened her eyes, and then her figure floated up slowly. She glanced at the surroundings and took a deep breath. I'm finally free. Yang Yi forced a smile and said, Congratulations. The woman suddenly gazed at him when she heard him, and then her gaze descended onto his abdomen. Yang Yi slowly clenched his left hand when he noticed her gaze on his abdomen. A long moment of silence ensued before the woman suddenly said, You're a genius, so stay by my side. Yang Yi shook his head. Sorry, I like my freedom. She looked him in the eyes. You're refusing me? Yang Yi nodded. I don't like to be tied down. So, I can't stay with you. Suddenly, the woman appeared in front of Yang Yi and said, I don't like others refusing me. No one has ever refused me either, because everyone who tried is dead. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, Something forced never lasts. Don't you think so too? She shook her head. So long as I like it, nothing else matters. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Both I don't. Suddenly, she placed her right hand on Yang Ye's right hand. I can sense that your hand is filled with boundless energy. If I'm not wrong, it's your final trump card, right? Yang Yi nodded, sort of. The Wargod's arm, based on his current strength, if he unsealed his right arm and used the wooden sword, then even he couldn't imagine how strong he would be. Meanwhile, she suddenly lifted his right sleeve and placed her hand on the golden seal. After that, she looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Want to give it a try? Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, So be it. How could he shrink back at a time like this? He couldn't. He didn't know how strong she was, but he was sure of one thing, and it was that she was extremely strong. However, he couldn't shrink back no matter how strong she was. Being no match for her, and not even fighting her were two completely different things. Even if he was no match for her, he dared to fight her. She nodded slightly and was about to pull off the talisman. However, Snowy suddenly appeared before Yang Yi while holding the wooden sword, and then a dense expanse of sword energy enveloped the woman. However, it only took a moment for the sword energy to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze descended onto Snowy and the wooden sword. Snowy blinked, glanced at the woman in a red dress, and then gazed at Yang Yi. She blinked, and then cracked a smile before taking the wooden sword with her as she entered Yang Ye's body. She'd fled. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Even Snowy is fighting if she can and fleeing if she can't. Yang Yi shook his head, gazed at the woman and said, Since you want to fight, then let's fight. As he spoke, he was about to pull off the talisman on his arm. However, she suddenly said, What's that wooden sword doing in your possession? Yang Yi gazed at her. You recognize it? She replied with a question. You don't? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. The woman took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, fell silent for a long time, and then suddenly turned around. Leave? Yang Yi was stunned. You're not going to attack me anymore? She flipped her hand gently. A day from now, the formation around Moment Mountain will be destroyed. At that time, anyone left in Moment Mountain will die. Of course, everyone in Moment Mountain right now will die too. Yang Yi asked, You're going to leave? Leave. She turned to look at Yang Yi. For what? Yang Yi said, I thought you wanted to reign supreme over the medium universe. Reign supreme over the medium universe? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of her mouth. What's the point of that? This is just a cage that those ancient cultivators left behind. My objective is the large universe that is high above in the 9 heavens. The large universe. Kuzhui heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the woman. If the woman wanted to reign supreme over the medium universe, then she would be a calamity for the entire medium universe. The woman's strength was simply unfathomable, and she had the corpses throughout Moment Mountain. It could be said that no clan could stop her. Above the 9 heavens? Yang Yi said, You want to go to the large universe? She glanced at Yang Yi. You'll be going there too. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and said, Go on. I want some time to myself. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Even though we haven't known each other for long, I have to warn you. Those cultivators outside think that the inheritance and treasures of a powerful expert is hidden in Moment Mountain. They will definitely not stop trying to explore this place. So, Then let them come. She continued. These corpses haven't tasted fresh blood for a long time. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, since we've gotten to know each other, do you have anything that you don't want? Like the blood armor and sword chest. If you do, then give them to me. I will never complain about getting too many. The corners of Ku Jui's mouth twitched. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi, and then she slowly clenched her fist. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his left arm around Ku Jui's waist, and then he vanished on the spot. The woman was slightly stunned, and then she shook her head. Meanwhile, a voice resounded, Master, why didn't you kill him and take that divine treasure within him? She looked in the direction Yang Yi had left towards, and a long time passed before she said, There are too many uncertainties tied to him. Even though I'll be able to obtain that treasure by killing him, the potential troubles are endless. But I don't want too much karma to be bound to me for now. Understood. The voice continued, Master, now that you're free, what should we do next? The woman closed her eyes slowly. Wait until my strength recovers completely. Yang Yi and Ku Jui didn't stay in the well, nor did they dare to. The woman was an ancient cultivator. She'd been living for countless years, and her strength was absolutely not something he could rival. Yang Yi and Ku Jui didn't leave Moment Mountain. They found an old and run-down hall to rest in temporarily, because there was still a day until the formation around Moment Mountain was destroyed. As for how it would be destroyed, it was obvious that the woman would do it. In any case, he just wanted to wait quietly until the formation was destroyed, and then leave this damnable place. He was satisfied with his gains throughout this trip. As for what the woman's objective was, or what she was thinking, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to improve his strength and have a good fight with the Yang clan. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and issued a command in his heart. The sword chest appeared in front of him, and then he stretched out his hand and flicked it. The sword chest shook violently, and then 6 black swords appeared before him. As soon as they appeared before him, Yang Yi noticed that they were actually linked to his mind. In other words, he could control them with his thoughts. Simply speaking, they were equivalent to 6 additional hands. With his current strength, it was entirely possible for him to split his attention onto multiple things. However, he still had to train in order to use the swords like they were his arms. Now was definitely not the time to do that. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then he winked at Ku Jui. The latter was puzzled when Yang Yi suddenly cursed, Damn it! That treasure above the true rank is guarded by 3 rotting corpses within the well. When he spoke up to this point, he withdrew 2 energy pearls and passed them to Ku Jui, quickly consumed them. Once we've recovered, we'll head down there again. I refuse to believe that we can't wear them down until they die. Ku Jui glanced at Yang Yi. She was about to speak when cold laughter suddenly resounded. A treasure above the true rank? TSK, TSK. I never expected to hear of such a pleasant surprise. As soon as the voice finished resounding, over a dozen people suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi and Ku Jui. The person who led the group was none other than Ing Mu. You? Yang Yi suddenly pulled Ku Jui along with him as he moved backwards repeatedly, and his voice was filled with shock. What are you doing here? What are we doing here? There was a wisp of ferocity on Ing Mu's face. We fled here, of course. You didn't let us enter the city, so we were almost eaten alive by those corpses. Yang Yi continued, pulling Ku Jui backwards. What do you want? His voice was shaking, and he seemed like he was extremely afraid. What do I want? Ing Mu's face grew more and more ferocious. Meanwhile, one of the men beside Ing Mu spoke abruptly. We can't fight here. There are many rotting corpses and soul corpses here. If we fight here, it'll draw the attention of those monsters. There are those human experts hiding in the city as well. Let's go get the treasure at the bottom of the well first. The treasure? Suddenly, Yang Yi cried out loudly. There's no treasure. There really isn't any treasure. The man by Ing Mu's side spoke flatly. We heard everything you said just now. Yang Yi became visibly anxious and hurriedly said, There really is no treasure down there. It's very dangerous. You must not go down there. Ingmu stared at Yang Yi and Ku Zhui, and then he said, I'll deal with both of you once we get that treasure. Yang Yi spoke angrily. You idiots! There really is no treasure down there. I'm not lying to you. I can swear on it. Ingmu glanced coldly at Yang Yi. We would really be idiots if we believed you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingmu and the others vanished on the spot. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.